We're about to go. Thank you, everybody, and welcome to public comment today for our board meeting. I am Vice Chair Steve Marchese of the St. Paul School Board. Thank you for being here today. Public comment provides the opportunity to bring issues to the attention of the Board of Education. This is an opportunity for the board to listen, and as a general rule, the board will not respond to any comments made by speakers. All speakers are asked to sign in on the sign-in log and complete a blue sign-in form on the table. You are reminded that you can sign in ahead of time by calling the board secretary or do it online at the Board of Education website. Please write legibly and fill in all information so we can organize comments by topic and priority. Public comment sign-in will end at 5:30. It is now 5:31. We do have a list of folks that are here. The order in which speakers will be called is as follows. Students, speakers referencing an agenda-related item, and then others in the order of names received, with preference given to those who have not spoken in the past 3 months. After you have spoken, please leave your form or a copy of your presentation with Ms. Abrams, who is right here by the podium. Audience members are asked to remain quiet during public comment so all may hear. Speakers are advised that any complaint or issue related to personnel must be made in writing. For your own legal protection and the legal rights of staff, please do not include identifiers of St. Paul Public School employees, such as names, job titles, grades taught, or work location. Each presentation will be timed, and the black box on the counter rail will beep and show an amber light when 1 minute is left, and a red light will show when time is up. When time is up, speakers are asked to complete their statement immediately. The time allotment may be reduced to allow as many speakers as possible to offer their comments within the 30 minutes allocated. We have a good size but not too long list, so we're going to go with 3 minutes tonight per speaker. If a large group wishes to address one subject, they may be asked to coordinate among themselves to present their subject within a time allotted. Speakers are asked to be respectful when making their presentations. Any disrespectful conduct by the speaker will result in forfeiting speaking time. Audience members are likewise expected to be respectful of speakers. Disrespectful conduct may result in your being asked to leave the room or a recess being called. Please begin by stating your name only. We do not need any other information such as address. Okay, we're going to go with the order of speakers right now. We're going to start with Catherine Wegner.
I'm Catherine Wegner. I'm a teacher in another district and a mom to 2 St. Paul elementary school students. I'm here tonight because I believe in public education and because the proliferation of new charter schools threatens all of the schools in St. Paul. Our city has a finite number of children. It's a demographic reality. And that tells us that if we continue to open new schools, whether they're St. Paul Public Schools or charter schools for that matter, all of our schools will shrink in size, lose funding, and our children will suffer from a reduction in resources and increase in class sizes. Case in point, my children's elementary school, we estimate that we lost approximately 10 students to new charter schools that opened this year in the city of St. Paul. It might not sound like a lot of students, 10, but if we continue at this rate, we've seen over the last 5 years the percentage of children living in St. Paul who are going to charter schools rise. If we continue at this rapid pace, our smallest elementaries will be the first to whittle away, diminish in size, and maybe in 5 years, maybe 10 years, we'll end up like Chicago, closing neighborhood public schools and making our parents and children in those neighborhoods shop around for the next best option. I don't think this is okay. And I think as a public servant elected to improve, defend, and protect the St. Paul Public Schools, it's your job on the board to ensure that we have a strong public education system in 50 years and 75 years and 100 years. And parents should not have to shop for a school to evaluate the marketing materials, try to determine which of the many independent charter schools, might be the best. They should have a guarantee of a strong public education system. And I'm going to say that again, a guarantee. So your job as members of the St. Paul Public School Board is to guarantee that we have this system in 100 years. And that's why we're here to ask you today to place a moratorium on new charter schools in the city of St. Paul. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jennifer Kingsbury-Youngers.
I'm Jennifer Kingsbury-Youngers. I have a first grader in an elementary school in our school district. I was talking one day to the principal at my child's school, and they said something that piqued my interest, that every child who ever leaves our school for a charter ends up coming back. We discussed how there were many new charters just opening this year, and I later discovered there are 11 more scheduled to open next year. Some friends and I started to wonder, was there really that strong of a need? What is the need? And at what point are our resources spread too thin? Do we have a way of calculating or even managing any of this? So we took the data and started analyzing, our assumption being that charters are affecting SPPS in a negative way. That assumption hasn't been as clear as we expected, though they are proving to be a considerable financial burden. We analyzed MCA test scores, English language learning, free reduced lunch, special education, and delineated by race. The biggest difference comes out when you factor in special education. Of the parents I talked to who left SPPS for charters or private school and didn't come back, almost every single one left frustrated that they couldn't get their child the special ed support they felt was needed. And this is supported by reports about cross subsidies and how the cost to provide services has exploded over the years. The historic lack of funding, plus the rising incidence of diagnoses is creating a financial tailspin. In 2017, the amount of money taken from the general fund to close the gap at SPPS rose to over $1,000 per student and rises significantly every year. Over the past 5 years, the amount spent on charter special ed services has increased from about half of the total budget for non-SPPS students to over 70%. While the net tuition revenue has stayed constant, the total amount we spend on special ed services for non-SPPS students has increased by 16.5%, and almost all of that increase is due to charters. Between 2014 and 2019, the amount SPPS sends to charters to cover the difference between their reimbursement from the state for special ed and their cost has increased 69.4%. We need to find a way to stop this hemorrhaging. A moratorium would at least stay the stress on SPPS while we find a way to move forward.
Thank you. Leslie Lavery.
Hi, I'm Leslie Lavery. I'm a public school parent here in St. Paul. I've got 2 kids in St. Paul Public School, elementary school. I also want to speak to the threat posed by charters. I think charters pose 3 unique threats. One is to school funding, as my colleague just mentioned. In 2018, St. Paul Public Schools paid over $47 million in cross-subsidy for special education services for students receiving those services outside the district. That same year, St. Paul Public Schools paid over $13 million in cross-subsidy for English language learner students. Student achievement is also a concern. There's much greater heterogeneity of achievement in charter schools. Some of the lowest of the low performance schools are charter schools, and there's not much regulation. So when students leave our schools and come back, that may be because they're ending up in those schools, or those schools are closing at higher rates, which causes turmoil for families. There's also a segregation problem. 26 out of 52 charters in this area are over 70% single race. 1 of 69 St. Paul public schools is over 70% single race. The local NAACP has called for a moratorium on these grounds, and we'd like to join them. You might ask what a moratorium means. A moratorium means a pause on charter schools until we can consider some of these concerns. There are several ways in which the board might go around about a moratorium. The board could decide that they must vote to approve any new charter schools wishing to open within the district's geographic bounds. Alternatively, the district could require that no more than X percentage of students attend a charter school. While we may think 20% would be a reasonable amount, over a third of our St. Paul's residents are already attending charter schools. So we'd be looking at 35 or 40% cap already. Another option would be that for a charter to be approved, it must demonstrate an educational need within the school district boundary within which it's hoping to open. So for example, if a chartered Montessori wanted to open, it would have to prove that there were no other Montessori options, which we know isn't the case. Or for a new language charter school to open, it would have to prove that there was a language need with a significant population underlying that need, which we know also often isn't the case. Another option would be for charter schools to be held to the same integration standards as district schools, which the point above showed that they clearly are not. Ideally, St. Paul Public Schools, Minneapolis Public Schools, and both city councils could recognize this threat to free, inclusive public education posed by charters and pressure the state to act, because that's where legislation needs to change. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is James Garrett. Mr. Garrett? Okay, we'll come back and see if he shows up. Next speaker, Todd Martyr.
Hi, my name is Todd Martyr, and I'm a science teacher in the district. I'm here to talk about contract negotiations with members of the St. Paul Federation of Educators. This year, we are one team representing licensed staff, educational assistants, and school and community service professionals. Our priorities for this round of bargaining include student mental health supports, more multilingual support for students and families, adequate support for our special education and English learner students, time and respect for our educational assistants, and a budget that puts students first and honors educators with competitive wages and benefits. Tonight, I want to focus on our proposal for more mental health supports for students. The growing mental health crisis among Minnesota students was documented again last Thursday with the release of the Minnesota Student Survey results. According to the results of the survey, students were more likely to report mental health issues than they were in 2016. St. Paul educators are not surprised to hear these results. We have released a website sharing our stories of how the lack of staffing support in our schools has impacted our classrooms and school communities. We know what our students need, and it's simple. More counselors, more social workers, more school psychologists who are assigned to work with students, not just administer tests, a nurse in every school, and more behavior intervention specialists. Earlier this month, the state of Minnesota announced that it was releasing additional funding to schools that could be used to improve school safety. SPPS will receive $1.2 million of this safe school funding, money that can and should be used to start the process of increasing the number of mental health professionals working in our district. To be sure, this funding wouldn't be enough to bring mental health staffing up to the levels they should be, but we have an opportunity to use this one-time money this year, then budget for these increases and make a commitment to our families that we will continue growing these resources in the coming years until we reach the levels that we need. Our students deserve schools staffed with highly trained professionals who can meet their unique needs. The current support system at SPPS forces us to triage the care and support we provide our learners rather than practice preventative care that recognizes the full needs of our learners on a day-to-day basis. When students feel as though their emotional and social needs aren't being met, they aren't able to focus on learning. Those of us in the classroom cannot simultaneously meet all of the emotional needs of a student and teach the rest of our class. This puts our educators in an impossible position and means that some students aren't getting the education they deserve. Students and educators deserve ready access to trained mental health professionals who can help schools meet all our student needs. We, the SPFE bargaining team, have presented a proposal in contract negotiations to address these critical needs and others. After multiple bargaining sessions and the presentation of 24 proposals, we've only heard counters on 2 proposals. Tonight, we encourage the school board to show leadership and direct your team to bargain in good faith, bring counters to the table, and work to meet the needs of our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mark Miles. Mark Miles. Mr. Miles, okay. Next, we have Brenda Burnside.
Thank you. I stand before you today as a resident of St. Paul and as a parent of alumni students of St. Paul Public Schools. And the problem that I want to bring to your attention is equity or in this case, inequity. This has existed for way too long in our district. We've been talking about this problem for years. And I say years because my kids went through 7th through 12th grade at Washington Technology Magnet School and have recently graduated from college. And we're still talking about the problem of inequity. I am afforded the opportunity of going into 35 schools in St. Paul. And across the board, I see the quality of education different in every building. I ask the question why this has to be. For this reason, I propose that every time that you consider an action regarding St. Paul Public Schools, we would ask ourselves at the end of that action, does it provide equitable access to equal opportunity for every student in St. Paul Public Schools? If it does not, I ask that you start over. One of the reasons that I believe that we cannot find teachers of color in our schools today is because we have not provided visual representation of what we want to create. My children never saw teachers who looked like them. In 2008, let me bring to your attention that we created a visual representation in this country that was never seen by our Black boys. They could finally add to their list of career choices, President of this United States. I ask that we create that same representation for our students in St. Paul Public Schools by creating visual representation of teachers that look like them. If I walked into a building and I saw all Black teachers, or I saw all Asian teachers, or I saw all Hispanic teachers, I would think it's strange based on what I've seen for the last 3 years. When will we finally consider it strange to walk into a building and see a majority white teachers, 90% or better in some of our buildings, and finally think it's strange? That's my visual representation to you today. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm just going to call two of our speakers who had signed up, who had not been here before, James Garrett, Mark Miles. Okay, well, we are at the end of our public comment list. Thank you to the speakers. We're going to adjourn and we'll reconvene at 5 minutes after 6 for the start of the board meeting. Thank you.
I'd like to call the October 22nd, 2019 regular meeting of the Board of Education to order. We will begin with a roll call, please.
Ms. Zhang?
Yes. Here.
Ms. Vanderwert? Mr. Schumacher?
Here.
Mr. Marchese?
Here.
Ms. Ellis?
Here.
Ms. Foster? Here. And Mr. Broderick?
Here.
Next, I would move to approve the order of the main agenda with one change, to move new business to immediately follow the committee reports. Do I have a second?
Second.
Vote, please.
Ms. Zhang?
Yes.
Ms. Vanderwert?
Sure.
Mr. Schumacher?
Yes.
Mr. Marchese?
Yes.
Ms. Ellis?
Yes.
Ms. Foster?
Yes.
And Mr. Broderick?
Yes.
Thank you. And we'll move on to recognitions, and I will turn it over to you, Superintendent Gothard.
Good evening, Charles, members of the board, and members of our community with us tonight. Our staff continue to do amazing work for our students, and we're going to recognize a good number of them tonight, and I'm very proud to introduce Chief of Staff Cedric Baker, who will start tonight's recognition. Cedric.
Thank you, Dr. Gothard. Chair Ellis, members of the board, I have the distinct pleasure to recognize outstanding staff, departments, and partners doing great work. Starting off is Jan Spencer de Gurierrez. Did I say that correctly? Can you come up for me? We're going to try that again. Jan Spencer Gutierrez? De Gutierrez. I apologize for that. All right. District Arts Supervisor was recently named the 2019-2020 Administrator Supervision Arts Director of the Year by Art Educators of Minnesota, AEM. Jan will be recognized at the AEM Annual Conference in early November at Minnesota State University Mankato. She will also be facilitating a session and assisting with other AEM work during the conference. In addition, Jan will be recognized at the National Arts Educators Association Conference in March 2020. Jan has also been recently named to the Ordway Center for the Performing Arts Board of Directors, representing Superintendent Joe Gothard and SPPS. And with that, we will have her say a few words.
Well, thank you so much. It's wonderful to be recognized for doing something that I have a passion for and have had a passion for so many years. I've worked for over 30 years in St. Paul Public Schools and am a product of St. Paul Public Schools. So couldn't be prouder to be living my passion. I'll just tell you a little quick note. When I was in 7th grade, I was asked to write an essay, and it was called Where I Want to Go. And I said, where I want to go is I wanted to be a junior high art teacher. And I wanted to be a junior high art teacher because I felt that that age of student was very understanding and passionate and could really have a desire for what they wanted to do in the future. And I also said that if I couldn't be a teacher, which I was, I would be an arts administrator. So just shows you what St. Paul Public Schools can do for you when you're in 7th grade and now when you're my age. Thank you.
We'll call Jan back up for recognitions as you stand. Next is Tammy Johnson, licensed school counselor at Harding Senior High School, received the Educator of the Year Award from the National Indian Education Association at their annual convention earlier this month. Tammy is part of the White Earth Ojibwe Nation, honoring and celebrating the achievements of Native educators for their work and dedication to their students and commitment to excellence in education is among the founding principles of NIEA. That is why every year the successes and outstanding educators are recognized during the annual NIEA Convention and Trade Show, the largest convening of Native educators in the country. The annual Convention and Trade Show brings together more than 2,000 Native educators, advocates, researchers, school officials, and tribal leaders to discuss ways to advocate and advance educational opportunities for Native students. Tammy Johnson.
John said you guys want to see the award, so I brought it out of its safety box. So I've been a school counselor for about 25 years, and about half of that has been working specifically with Indian education programs, which was really my passion. When I was a lead counselor in Minneapolis many years ago, there was a job opening in St. Paul with their Indian Ed program looking for a school counselor, and I thought I'd died and gone to heaven because my ultimate goal was to go back home to my reservation. But it's very hard once you spend a lot of time in a large metropolitan area to go back to a really small town of 240 people. So I came to St. Paul to work for Indian education and then went back to Minneapolis to work for Indian education, now coming back here to work at Harding. So I'm very excited to continue the work that I've done and very grateful for all of the colleagues that I knew back in the day that are still here. Cindy from Indian Ed was very gracious to come in because she knows I'm super nervous and would need a little bit of support. So thank you for acknowledging the work that I've done in the past, and I hope to do great things here in St. Paul again.
Next, Margaret Schultz from Career and Technical Education Pathways, Don Mullins from St. Paul Building and Construction Trades Council, Rick Peterson from the North Central States Regional Council of Carpenters, Ryan Hohen from United Association of Steam Fitters, Pipe Fitters, and Service Technicians Local 455, who was also a former SPPS pipe fitter, and Brian Winkler from the International Brothers of Electrical Work Local 110, and the Facilities Department, who is in the audience, for collaborating on the Students Trade Exposure Program. The Career and Technical Education Pathway Program and the Facilities Department recently designed a program where SPPS students that have met the requirements for graduation could participate with SPPS trade staff to learn about the actual work of the trades. This collaborative effort is called the Students Trade Exposure Program, and it starts with 2 students interning in the electric and carpentry areas this past summer. The Facilities Department and the unions have designed a program where the experience will include participation in the union's technical training centers and lead to the pre-apprentice programs. This program helps create a smooth and linear pathway for SPPS students to achieve a career in the construction industry. While the program is open to students interested in each of the 15 skill crafts contained within Facilities Department, these 3 trades collaboratively worked with SPPS to improve and refine the program based on our initial batch of students. I just also want to highlight that Mr. Mullins is unable to join us this evening as he is currently teaching one of our community education classes just down the street, choosing a career in trades. And with that, can you please stand and be recognized?
My name is Bobby Casper. I'm the president of the St. Paul Regional Labor Federation. I was asked to step in for some of my brothers and sisters that got the awards from the building trades. I am the treasurer of the St. Paul Building Trades, on top of the other hat I wear. But they feel very, very gratified for this award. They believe in this program. It's long overdue that we get some of our students involved with this. It's another great thing to have a career. And for these areas, we talk about the American worker. Well, this is another type of job the American worker can do, and we need to get our kids and students and minorities involved with this, and we really believe in this very much. And we want to thank everyone who got involved with this. Thank you.
And lastly, board members There will be a short presentation with this recognition, but at the end of this, I'll ask that you all come down and shake everyone's hands. SPPS, the Hmong Dual Language Team presented at the Two-Way Dual Immersion Conference held in Reno, Nevada in early October. The conference provided a powerful collaborative opportunity for Hmong Dual Language colleagues across the country and with fellow dual immersion educators of other languages from other states. The team met with dual language educators from North Carolina, Wisconsin, Texas, California, Nevada, heard from key researchers in the field, and presented the groundbreaking work around standardizing the teaching of the Hmong language in St. Paul public schools to the conference attendees. The team represented SPPS well and significantly contributed to the overall total of 53 Hmong dual educators who attended the conference. The Association of Two-Way and Dual Language Education was formed into a national organization in 2013, having been a part of a state organization for over 10 years. The board of directors developed a nationally nonprofit organization to offer professional training and technical support throughout the country. And with that, I am asking that those that participated, the team members, when I called your name, could you please stand? There will be a short presentation afterwards. And again, everyone will come up to be recognized by the board. B. Lee, Principal of Jackson Preparatory Magnet. Mei Lee Zhang, Assistant Principal, Phelan Lake Hmong Studies. B. Vang, Principal, Harding Senior High School. Zong Mua, Assistant Principal, Washington Technology Magnet. Teacher on Special Assignment, Sifa Vang Dual Language Immersion Program. Pua Yang, Coach, Hmong Dual Language Immersion Program. Kai-Ying Yang, Teacher, Jackson Preparatory Magnet. Na Yang, Teacher, Jackson Preparatory Magnet. Bao Zhang, Teacher, Phelan Lake Hmong Studies Magnet. Bon Te Vi, Cultural Specialist, Phelan Lake Hmong Studies Magnet. Yua Lee, Teacher, Harding Senior High School. Ma Li Zhang, Teacher, Phelan Lake Hmong Studies Magnet. Shua Lee, Teacher, Washington Technology Magnet. Si Yi Yang, Teacher, Washington Technology Magnet. Chi Vu Yi Lo, Teacher, Harding Senior High School. Shua Her, Teacher, Jackson Preparatory Magnet. Go Shua Mua, Teacher, Jackson Preparatory Magnet. Ong Zhang, Teacher, Phelan Lake Hmong Studies Magnet. Mi Kong, Teacher, Jackson Preparatory Magnet. Leah Vang, Teacher, Phelan Lake Hmong Studies Magnet. Chong Zhang, Teacher, Phelan Lake Hmong Studies Magnet. Chao Vang, Teacher, Phelan Lake Hmong Studies Magnet. Michael Lee Vang, Teacher, Battle Creek Middle School. And Billy Chan, Assistant Superintendent of Division of Schools. And we can clap.
Madam Chair, Superintendent, board members, my name is Billy, Principal, Jackson Elementary School.
My name is Miley Hyung. I'm a first-year assistant principal at Phelan Lake Hmong Studies Magnet, but I've been there for many years, working closely with our Hmong Studies program and our Hmong Dual Immersion program, and I'm honored to be here tonight. On behalf of my colleagues in the Hmong Dual Language program in St. Paul Public Schools, I would like to thank the board and district leadership for your recognition of our team and for the opportunity to share our story with you today. This year, we had the exciting opportunity to represent St. Paul Public Schools at the Association of Two-Way Dual Language Education National Conference, which is focused on research and best practices in dual language and immersion programs. And as identified leaders in the field of Hmong dual immersion work, we were approached and asked to see if we could present some of our work to at the conference, because there was an ask to present on languages other than Spanish. And so we were approached to be a part of this. And thank you to the support of our district, the Office of Teaching and Learning, and Education Minnesota. We were able to send our teachers, coaches, and administrators to present some of our pioneering work to other folks nationwide. When we went to the conference, we were able to create a Hmong dual language strand as part of the conference, and it was very exciting. We connected with other Hmong language colleagues from around the nation. There were 5 large urban districts represented, and as we connected with them and learned about where they were in their various stages of development in their Hmong language programs, it was a real treat to think about all of the steps that we also went through to get to where we are today. And so in thinking and talking to you guys today, just wanting to think about when we presented to them, we had a chance to reflect back on our own journey here in St. Paul. And when we did that, it made us realize just kind of how far we've come as well. And so when we started, for many of you who don't know, For many of you who don't know, our district began our HDL program in 2006 with nothing more than just a very strong belief, a belief that we can do better to give our Hmong bilingual students a world-class education, a belief that maybe helping them to keep their language is a better way to help them reach English proficiency. A belief that just because it's never been done anywhere else in the world doesn't mean we can't do it. And a belief that our teachers, many of whom are SPPS graduates, have the skill and the will to make it happen. And now it flies in. And then I dug into our old archives and I couldn't find our very first cohort, but this, our very first year, but this is our actually very first cohort in SPPS of our kiddos who started in kindergarten. This is the second year when they were first graders, and it started at Jackson Elementary. And Sifu Malai, who's still our first grade teacher today, was one of our first pioneering teachers. And when teachers were brought on board, they came with very little. Many of our teachers came in with very little except for their beliefs that they held to. The belief that we can do better to give our Hmong bilingual students, the belief that they can help provide their students with the language opportunities that they never had. The belief that when students can speak their native language, it helps them excel in English and achieve academically. The belief that knowing their language and culture can help them develop healthy self-identities and bridge out to others who are different from them. And the will to work hard, collaborate, and do whatever it takes to help build a strong program. In the first 5 or 6 years of our program, the teachers truly built this program from the ground up in the trenches, and they worked so hard. In fact, they worked so hard they didn't even get a chance to go out and tell people about all the amazing things happening in the classrooms. And so it was through a lot of creative development of resources in the Hmong language, a lot of one-on-one conversation with parents, community members, visitors, and always the firm belief in our students. And slowly, they started a movement. It was to turn what was once viewed as a deficit, these kids don't know enough English, to turn it around and say, you know what, that's an asset. They don't know just one language, they know 2. And gosh darn it, that's a great thing. And so over the years, our HDL program grew, and our students reconnected with their home language and reconnected with their elders. They saw the value in their home language. Our HDL parents were able to see that to gain English, they did not have to lose a language. Our HDL teachers became empowered to be voices and advocates for our students. They became our language models for our students all of our teachers were once told we couldn't speak English in school, and now we're speaking it loud and proud, and it comes from a place right in here. And our district saw the value in developing our dual language teachers and supported the development of teaching materials that are active and engaging for our kids. And our community saw SPPS as leaders in this work. And so, as when we reflected on our journey, we were like, wow, we've come a really long ways. And that's something to be really proud of. And it reflected so much in some of the responses that we got at the conference, in a lot of the districts saying, wow, we want to be where you guys are at St. Paul Public Schools. We want to go back and do this hard work that you guys are doing. You guys are our models. And so at the conference, we didn't only share kind of our journey, but we collected so much learning from that to bring back to our own district so we can continue forging the path and blazing the path for everyone else. We learned about research that affirms the work of dual language programs as effective programs for English language learners and developing bilingual students. We connected with other districts doing this hard work. We are bringing back concrete ideas into the classroom and to use with our students and to bring to our PD sessions. We had a chance to deeply think about the role of race and identity in dual language classrooms and looking at opportunities for our students to engage in authentic conversations in two languages all the time. And we came back so inspired to continue doing this work. And so in terms of thinking about the impact that our participation in the conference will have, we were able to touch 5 large districts, 22 schools, 50 classroom teachers, and almost 3,000 students nationwide with all of the folks that were involved. And in SPPS alone, thinking back to that first cohort of 22 kids in 2006, and now in St. Paul Public Schools, we articulated that up through the middle schools and high schools to include 5 schools now, 26 classroom teachers, and almost 1,000 students. And that's just this year. And if you think about year after year, how that continues to grow. That's something that I think we can all be very proud of. And it's not just to recognize us as the teachers and folks in this, but also our district and our belief in this program.
What a feeling when our 53 of us Hmong educators across America had our Hmong names for the first time at the National Association of Two-Way Dual Language Conference, with our 40 states represented, an awesomely inspirational feeling of, we made it, we're here. Yet, there's this urgent feeling of, now we know better, let's do better. So I, Billy, a father of 2 students in St. Paul here, resident of St. Paul, been with SPS all my 22 years, and I'm not going anywhere. I believe now, today, this moment moving forward, we have the right culture, the right leadership, the right board, the right community to move this work forward. Because I believe now, our students believe in us, our parents believe in us, our community invested in us, and our district believe in us. It's time for our HDL program to have a home here in SCPS. We want our students and families to be so proud of us being bilingual and contribute to this city, this state, and this country as productive citizens. So my fellow board members, district leaders, and community members, never doubt a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it's the only thing that ever has. It's right here in SPPS. So let us be inspired, support each other, pursue this dream, and change the world together. I thank you. Watch out.
Everyone that was recognized, could you please come up?
nhớ rong cùng luôn bê hú ô nồng hai ba cùng nhớ hậu kia ô hậu lu cùng sa nhớ hậu kia ô hậu lu vì cho họ cùng sa có cùng nhớ tiếp bao tiền cùng có hai mong tiếp cùng sa thản đó gờ tiếp cùng sa thản đó cùng nhẹ thiết gì có cùng lo cùng sa ô tu si phư ô khai mong thì cùng tu si phư na nhớ hậu kia nên có ý sống lâu.
Director Schumacher, Director Foster, would you like to share with everybody how we came to that last presentation? You were there at the...
I'll start off, Jeannie. You can hop in, but they're, I think, largely not in the room anymore. This group of people that put this together, but we were able to be a part of the celebration. I know the superintendent was there at the very ground level of all this. I think that they're a little modest in some ways. It was said in those slides in a lot of words, but very specifically, this group of people, starting in SBPS and working in collaboration, put something together that had never been done, ever. Putting together a combination of culture and language, a curriculum that will be used in these different cities, but also throughout the nation. This is an incredible landmark for us as a district, but certainly for the Hmong people. And I would say, more importantly, perhaps, the leadership that they have shown teaches us all and informs us all on how we can make sure to provide the absolute best education for all of our kids. And so I thank them so much for the work that they did. As I was saying to them, and from my standpoint, the board was aware to a certain extent of what was going on, but certainly not the depth and the breadth of what they've done. And I was very excited to just be able to celebrate with them after really having done nothing. But it's a tremendous accomplishment, and we're so lucky and privileged to have these folks in our district and lead on. Thank you, Ginny.
I would just add, you said pretty much all, but what I would add is as we look at race and equity in this district and serving each and every one of our kids, you heard about a couple different buildings today, but think about the impact if a third of our students are Hmong English learners. What is that impact in our district of 36,000 kids? What is that impact? It's not just those 5 buildings. We are working with teachers, educators, leaders across our entire district. And that impact, they are leading nationally work that should be in every community. And when we think about a community as diverse as St. Paul Public Schools, and we say we should and can be leading this work, and this group has and is doing that for our Hmong dual learning language learners. And it just says to us as we look at moving forward that SPPS can achieve this for each and every one of our communities that resides in our school district. So thank you guys for leading the way, for being innovators and trailblazers. And we need to continue to use this model and what works with it to move forward in other areas of this district. Thank you all for your time and effort, and thank your families for the time and way, because this work was above and beyond additionally done. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's a win-win situation for our entire community. Bless you.
Director Zhang?
I just want to add to what my colleagues Dave talked about, and also emphasize the piece again that pioneers, our teachers who led this work, they're the pioneers in this work in our nation. And again, never had this happen in any school district in this nation. And yet, as pioneers who are leading this work, they're also the models. They're also the leaders in this work. And so 5 years ago, I went and toured Jackson Elementary School. And our teachers, I believe I went to Na's classroom, and I also talked to multiple teachers there where they were cutting and pasting, translating. They were translating and then printing the translation of books and then pasting it themselves so that our students are able to read English books, but in Hmong. And today, our teachers, they continue to do that work tirelessly. You know, they actually, and creating this curriculum for the nation for the first time. And so they are pioneers in this work. And because of them, SPPS is a leader in this work. And we're leading Sacramento, we're leading and supporting other school districts that are for them to be able to also do this work so that we can model and we could, you know, when we think about the work that we're doing around culturally relevant education, this is really a model for that. And when we work and when we talk about ethnic studies, this is an example of that. And when we talk about being relevant to our students today, this is an example of that. And so, you know, this is exciting work. And thank you again to the staff and your countless hours of dedication to ensure that not only are our students, you know, receiving the materials that's important, but the education that's needed so that they themselves you know, could see themselves in St. Paul Public Schools. So thank you.
All right, let's end that meeting on that note. All right, so we'll move on to the order of the consent agenda. I would move to approve the order of the consent agenda with these items pulled for further consideration: C3, E3, and F1. Are there any other items board members would like pulled for discussion? No. Okay. So I would move to approve the order.
Second.
Okay, vote please.
Ms. Young,
Yes.
Ms. Vanderwert,
Yes.
Mr. Schumacher,
Yes.
Mr. Marchese,
Yes.
Ms. Ellis,
Yes.
Ms. Foster, and Mr. Broderick.
Yes.
Okay, and now I'd like to move the approval of the minutes of the regular meeting of the Board of Education from September 17, 2019. Do you have a second?
Second.
Vote please.
Ms. Young,
Yes.
Ms. Vanderwert,
Yes.
Mr. Schumacher,
Yes.
Mr. Marchese,
Yes.
Ms. Ellis,
Yes.
Ms. Foster,
Yes.
and Mr. Broderick.
Yes.
Okay, now I'd like to move the approval of the minutes of the special meeting of the Board of Education from September 24th, 2019. Do I have a second?
Second.
Vote please.
Ms. Young,
Yes.
Ms. Vanderwert,
Yes.
Mr. Schumacher,
Yes.
Mr. Marchese,
Yes.
Ms. Ellis,
Yes.
Ms. Foster,
Yes.
and Mr. Broderick.
Yes.
Okay, and now we'll have the Committee of the Board meeting report from October 15, 2019, and I will turn it over to Vice Chair Marchese.
Thank you, Chair Ellis. At the October 15, 2019 Committee of the Board meeting, Superintendent Gothard began the meeting recognizing Indigenous Peoples Day and his time spent with students and community in honoring this day. He also shared that it is Principal Appreciation Month and recognized our principals and provided an update on their ongoing regular professional development that allows our principals to collaborate with each other. Next, members of SEEB provided an update to their work, including the introduction of a new facilitator and their work with the Office of Equity. SEEB members look forward to learning more about their work with the board and maintaining and building connections. Board members then learned more about the SPPS achieves measures for success in year one of the plan, including the metric and status of 6 long-term student outcomes and the ways to interpret the status of each student outcome. Questions centered on prioritization, feedback and communication to teachers, staff, and families, the difference between typical and aggressive growth, ways to continue to track, contrast and compare with the dramatic changes, assessment of curricula and areas, and reflections of success and challenges. Discussion points also included the suggestion to present both qualitative and quantitative data and alignment of state standards in showing the success of students as well as how we communicate with families and the community in a clear, transparent way. The next agenda item was the 2020 legislative agenda, and information was shared on the session preview, important dates, legislative activity around special education, general education, and key topics of stabilizing education funding, increasing and diversifying teacher workforce, enhancing taxpayer equity, enhancing local control and reducing mandates, and providing resources for child and family stability and support. Questions centered on school safety funding, investments to diversify our workforce, future budgets, prioritization of one-time funding, the school finance task force, and board collaboration and advocacy at the Capitol. Next, a proposed policy update to 510.03 class rankings was presented and included reasons for the updates, changes to the policy of removing top 10 verbiage, and adding language on recognition of academic achievement based on the Latin honor system and implications of the proposed changes. This presentation sparked discussion among the board, including feedback from principals, number and percentage of students who will be recognized for their academic achievement, recognition of SEEB for their recommendations of this change, recognition of SEEB for their recommendation of this change, timeline, allocation of funds, ways to honor students who impact school climate, the weighted grading system, and correlation to access to advanced classes. Consensus among the board was to move this policy to the 3-reading process. The next item on the agenda was the SPPS administrative response to the Latino Consent Decree Parent Advisory Council. Background and recommendations of the principal's guidance and community partnerships and programs were shared, including the response to each recommendation and guideline. Questions from the board centered on the response of a study into the LCD person of contact and stipend, timeframe in developing materials, and quarterly LCD leadership meetings, content of the trainings for principals and counselors, board member experience with CLUES and their YA program, transportation for families, and structure for the role of the LCD contact and schools in which one is requested. Board members and council members expressed confusion and frustration with responses to the LCD contact person recommendation, the stipend, and the structure to ensure the achievement of our Latino students. Parents also shared their experiences and their passion for their students, families, and community. Superintendent Gothard shared that he will meet with his team and further discuss a plan based on this presentation and discussion. Members of the facilities team then shared information on SPPS sustainability summary and future framework. Sustainability is about balancing present and future needs, as well as balancing environmental, social, and financial needs, and requiring collaboration. It is a mix of people, planet, and profit, and each overlaps within its sustainability. Data and information on the 3 pillars of energy, resources, and water within SPPS was shared. Potential board policy on environmental sustainability was also addressed. This presentation sparked many questions and discussion points from the board, including energy usage change data, efforts around solar energy and building candidates, the permit of energy reduction, change in energy usage in newer and renovated buildings, a request for a summary of information on solar energy within the district for community members, examples of policies from school districts across the country, and the importance of community involvement in the design of a policy for SPPS, dining room trays and utensils, details on the reusable bags for breakfast to go, single-use plastics, composting, behavior changes that will impact sustainability, recycling, prioritization within deferred maintenance, sustainability with SPPS curriculum and materials, and the possibility of electric buses and rain gardens. The board then learned more about the final FY19 budget revision, including figures for all funds to revenue changes, expenditure changes, and fund balance reappropriation, as well as fully financed fund revenue and expenditure changes. The board then approved the recommended motion to approve the fiscal year 2018-2019 final budget revision as presented. Last, the board members conducted a work session to discuss onboarding for new board members to be held after the November 5, 2019 elections. I move the board accept the report of the, the board accept the report on the October 15, 2019 committee of the board meeting and approve the minutes and recommended motions of that meeting as published.
So move.
Second. Vote, please.
Ms. Young,
Yes.
Ms. Vanderwert. Yes. Mr. Schumacher,
Yes.
Mr. Marchese,
Yes.
Ms. Ellis,
Yes.
Ms. Foster,
Yes.
and Mr. Broderick.
Yes.
Okay, and we're going to move on to new business, and I will turn it over to you, Superintendent Gothard.
Thank you very much, Chair Ellis and members of the board. Tonight, I'd like to call up Jocelyn Sims, principal of the E-STEM Middle School Raptors, to take us through the history of the school and next step, if approved, to entering into the board school name change process. Principal Sims.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Ellis. Is it on? Okay. Chair Ellis, Superintendent Gothard, and members of the board. It is really awesome to be here and give you a little bit of an update. So, and how awesome that you already know we're the Raptors. That was going to be a little surprise. All right. Surprise gone. That's all right. I'll tell you how we got there. So just a little background here. So as you all know, but members of the community maybe didn't know, Eastham Middle School was the old Crosswinds Art and Science building. And in May of 2018, we, the district, did purchase that. Shortly after in August, I was hired to be the principal. Very honored. I got to spend a lot of time at the building and on site and really getting to know it. There was a lot of buzz about Eastham Middle School being a STEM school, and so we rolled with that. But I brought it to another level after having spent a lot of time there and getting to see deer and turkey and turtles and the pond and the lake and everything else, and really pushed for the environment to be the overarching umbrella around Eastham Middle School. So I had been meeting with what we called project management directors, and we spent some time talking about that and did get approval to become Eastham Middle School. We voted to temporarily call ourselves Eastham Middle School to break away from Crosswinds Art and Science, and even got it on Google Maps so that people could know where they were coming. So moving ahead, this transformation started in February of 2019. Construction began. Some of the focus areas I just want to point out is that we did move to the gender neutral bathrooms in our 6th grade area primarily. They're beautiful. We had the removal of some half walls in the classrooms. This is a very open classroom setting. We had some technology upgrades, projectors, speakers, internet, labs that were in the school. We had some kitchen upgrades as well. And then maybe one of our biggest ones was the safety and security around our main entrance and our main office. Furniture planning was put in place to support our innovative learning spaces. And then, of course, probably my most favorite part is that I got to hire the great team that I have right now. So that moves us to the fall of 2019, and we had 185 brand new 6th graders come through the doors of Eastham Middle School. Our neighborhood cafeteria elective spaces were all furnished with this brand new innovative furniture. I know many of you have been out and were able to see that. We did even start prior to September with having our Camp Eastham, which was a little bit of a jump on the kids getting into the school before that first day of school. And we were really proud. We had 140 of 185 of our students come to that day. So huge success. Our open house that we had that week as well, we had close to 100% of our families come that night. And the buzz in the building was remarkable. Then, of course, September 4th, we had our first day of fun, and it was a lot of fun. We had fun. First week, we brought bikes out to Eastham, and I can't tell you how many of our students had never sat on a bike before. Probably one of the coolest parts was our security guard who was out there, and he was like the bike whisperer and had taught a ton of kids how to ride a bike. It was amazing. September 30th, I know many of you were there, but we got to cut the ribbon on our brand new fitness center, and that was really exciting. That afternoon, we actually kicked off our very first interdisciplinary STEM unit. By the way, the kids are trying to figure out how to utilize our outdoor space. That is what this unit is about. So we're really excited about that. And then, of course, that afternoon, we revealed the students voted, and we are the Raptors. It was between the Wolves, the Phoenix, and the Raptors won. So that was pretty awesome. Just some more pictures to highlight all of the wonderful things that have occurred this fall. And then last but not least, I'm looking for your approval. So right now we are calling ourselves Eastham Middle School. Asking for your approval to begin to elicit feedback from our community, our parents, our students, our staff, families, in regarding what we should be calling ourselves, if it's Eastham Middle School or something other. And then we will go through and determine our top 3, put it to a vote, and our hope would be to come back to you in December of this year.
So moved.
Second. Discussion? Awesome. I do have a question. So what process will you use for families and students?
We
for
have,
naming?
absolutely. So we have a parent group right now that we call FAM, Families Attending Monthly, and we've had a really good turnout so far with FAM, our cultural family liaison. She loves acronyms, so that was a really cool one. And we've already started the process a bit by letting them know that after we got through the board approval that we were going to start to have community sessions at Eastham Middle School and potentially also out in our community to help bring more folks in, because it might not be easy for everybody to get out to Eastham Middle School, and really think about what our environment presents, what we feel about our school so far, and then not to forget that we are part of St. Paul Public Schools in the city of St. Paul, and what does that mean? So really to elicit ideas. You know, people ask me what are my thoughts, and I'm like, I don't know. I really want to have discussion around this and see what generates. So that's kind of the first steps that we're going to do to get the community, elicit our students too. They always have some very interesting, perspectives on what they think it should be.
Do we have any other questions? Okay. Vote, please.
Ms. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Vanderwert? Mr.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Marchese?
Yes.
Ms. Ellis?
Yes.
Ms. Foster?
Yes.
And Mr. Broderick?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yay. All right, and next we will have the superintendent's report. Turn it
Great,
back over
thank
to
you, Chair Ellis and members of the board. I'm here to provide you with an update on the results of our external review for the Facilities Master Plan, or FMP. In a moment, I will turn things over to Chief Baker, who will introduce his co-presenters and then provide greater details of the process, findings, and recommendations as part of tonight's presentation. But first, I would like to share some comments. I arrived to St. Paul Public Schools on July 1st, 2017. Started working a little bit before that, but I arrived here physically. There were several projects at that time that were deep in the construction phase. As I like to refer to them, there were 9 giant holes around the district. My initial attention was the timelines. I know how important phase construction is, and especially in occupied construction sites, that is, trying to do construction around teaching and learning taking place at the same time. My focus was on seeing to the completion of the work we started with minimal or no delays for our staff and students. I also began to take note of the structures we had in place for us to achieve the goals of the FMP. Ultimately, I determined that an external review of our program was in order. You know, the culture continues to be one of the major focus points and points of emphasis that I have and talk about often. And while we've made some progress and continue to focus on positive school and district culture, and SPPS achieves, there is much, much more to do. We will not achieve our goals and succeed to our potential without a belief in each other and a commitment to be great, to be excellent as an organization. From the beginning, I've stated that this review is an opportunity for us to learn, adjust, and continue our work. St. Paul Public Schools has never taken on this amount of work to our facilities. It is important to me that we do this right and that our staff and community develop confidence in our facilities master plan. I asked Chief of Staff Cedric Baker to lead this work and compile our external review team. The report I am delivering to you tonight is the culmination of a comprehensive look at our facilities master plan. This plan is going to allow us to continue building relevant teaching and learning spaces for our schools and serve as a guide to optimize our work. I would now like to turn it over to Chief Baker and have him introduce the team for tonight. Thank you, Cedric.
Thank you, Dr. Gothard. Chair Ellis, members of the board. I wanted to start with really providing insight into the framework that we talked about early in this process when I was given the direction by Dr. Gothard about putting this team together and moving forward with the review. If you, on this slide, you see that we tried to move forward in this process with ensuring that we had board representation. We were appreciative of Director Zhang being the board representative and having the board really be that oversight, overall oversight. I put together the team that I'll introduce shortly, the external review team, and then we had an internal technical group. That internal technical group worked with our external review team, and that group consisted of staff members from our facilities department and finance department. Within that direction, we moved forward, and this external review team held weekly meetings, check-in status update meetings. In those meetings, I provided direction to this team. I also ensured that they had the information that they were seeking, the data that they needed. I also tried to ensure that they were meeting with the appropriate staff members to meet their scope of work that we outlined. And also we met to talk about issues and also problem solve. I'm really excited to provide the information because we've tried to ensure that this report is very fact-based. We also tried to ensure that this report was as forthcoming as we could and transparent, and ensure that this report had solutions, recommendations, solutions that we can move forward, actionable solutions. I'll go forward and talking a little bit about the team and their areas and scopes of expertise. If you see on their slide, you'll see Jacobs Engineering. We brought in this firm, Chapel Jordan, who was the lead, but you will also see underneath his name other members of his team that supported him on the work. Specifically, Chapel Jordan brought in extensive expertise nationally with K through 12 capital planning and management experience. He reviewed the facilities department's existing processes and procedures related to the implementation of the FMP, including business processes, staffing, and project controls. We also have Steve Torgenson, who really dealt with facilities and finance as a facilities and finance advisor, experience in public and finance capital projects. He reviewed financial controls, financing strategies, financial staffing capacity, and cross-department collaboration. We have Mike Vogel, who brought experience in long-term construction planning and implementation. He reviewed the facilities department's construction consultant and construction contractor practices, as well as evaluating the design validation process. We also have Kelly Smith with Baker Tilly, who has experience in facilitating funding strategies to meet the needs of school districts, and he also reviewed financial controls and financing strategies. You also will see on there Don Mullen, who provided his expertise really as the chair of a local school district and his professional experience in building projects. He met with individual board members and directors to assess communications expectations and provided that information to me as the chief of staff. With that, I want to turn it over to Chapel Jordan with Jacobs Consulting and really have him talk a little bit about the $179 million increase and explain that and really provide some context with it.
Good evening, Chair Ellis, Dr. Gothard, members of the board. First of all, on behalf of Jacobs, I really would like to thank you for entrusting us with this evaluation of the process. It has been challenging, but the hospitality provided by you, your staff, and everyone has been greatly appreciated. We hope that the information provided will allow you to make informed decisions moving forward that make sense based on the values of the district. So with that, very simply put, I'm going to tell my story first that I'm being forced to tell again, which is what does the $170 million, $79 million really represent? So I told a story that I met my lovely bride, and we decided before we started working that we were going to drive around the United States and visit every state, and we did all our research on the places that we wanted to go to, and we developed our budgets and all the things that we wanted to do. We're going to buy this nice little sports car that we were going to drive around in, and that's what we were going to do. So we put our plans in place, and about 3 months before I went to buy the car, I found out that my wife was pregnant with triplets. Right? It's a fake story. It's made up. Anyway, so when that happens, though, obviously I can't buy the red sports car, so we bought an SUV. The thing that we're trying to say is that while I was going to spend $10,000 on the sports car, I spent $16,000 on an SUV. So in essence, when you look at the $179 million, you didn't pay $179 million for $100 million worth of work. You paid $179 million for more work, right? So that's the big message that we can say. So where did that really come from? It really came from, well, before I say that, I would also say that we looked at a number of your schools that have been completed, and I think East M and other representation, you definitely do quality schools. So at the end of the day, the projects that you're getting are beautiful, they're nice, they're better for the students in the long run. But primarily when we looked at where this kind of came from, we did a test, which is in your report, of 3 key schools. It was Humboldt, the Ames, and Como Park, which was roughly 30% of that number. So we kind of did a spot check. And for the most part, we saw there were a couple things. And so I'll focus on Humboldt because it tended to be the most illustrative of some of the issues. First, at Humboldt, the scope of work changed. So we added academic space. And by that, we added the open world learning program, and we also had to make changes in the special education program that were required that added a significant amount of square footage in order for that to be accommodated. So again, you got more items in the scope. Second, there were some unforeseen conditions with site and utilities and things that we had to deal with that, again, until a contractor gets out there and starts digging around and knows what's going on, we had some issues there. We had some phasing issues where we thought at first it was a 1 or 2 phase. It ended up being 3. So now it took a little bit longer. And then because of a lot of the work we had initially, or at least the initial part was to do light renovation. And by light renovation, you're talking about carpet, paint, just certain things and touch-ups and things like that. We ended up having to go with a heavy renovation, which means replacement of mechanical systems and those types of items. So if you're looking at a building that was, I think, if my memory serves, about 50,000 square feet, well, now you're doing a significant renovation to those systems. So all those together, that's a lot to take on. And that's just the one school. So again, the 3 that we looked at were roughly 30% of the overall. There were, again, some things missing that should have been accommodated. Normally, when we do a master plan, depending on the level of effort we go through to put together the data, we typically put about a 40%, plus minus 40% contingency on that number because of those unknowns. So we always like to say there's the known known, there's the known unknown, and then there's the unknown unknown. It's usually that third one that's hard to really identify. But even so, if we'd have done that here, you still would have been off, just because we just added a lot of things that really couldn't be accommodated within the existing assumption. So that's the first part. The second part is that some of the soft costs, specifically the fixed furnitures and equipment, was not included. That typically can range anywhere between 7 and 10%. So that number was an across-the-board number that hadn't been put in. So again, those were some of the things that just happened on that specific project. The good news in all of this is the way in which you're currently financing the project, in the sense that you didn't go for, as many other school districts do, a hard bond. And what I mean by that is that you went to the voters, and I'm doing the specific scope. You did a 2-cent tax increase, and you said, that's the money you got. That's the way you go. That's all you have. Had that been the case, you wouldn't have even been able to have the option to accommodate those changes. So the flexibility of the more cash flow model with a cap over time actually works. I think another issue that we kind of look at is that while a 10-year plan is noble, because that's what you're talking about, change happens so fast that usually our crystal ball that we use is 3 to 5 years and then reassess. So while you can do your prioritization and you can put everything together, really looking at a 3 to 5 year basis is a lot easier than trying to run through and promise a 10-year something that we just don't know what's going to change over time, whether be it curriculum, be it demographics, be it anything. So that's kind of in a nutshell where that is. And then I want to reiterate on what was spoken to earlier, what Dr. Gothard had mentioned. $500 million over a 5-year period is a lot of money. That's a big program. And you already had the staff that's there that was already doing their day job, and you just put this whole CIP plan on top of them and said, go. And while that seems interesting, I can name even within my own company 10 people that I would trust to run a $500 million program without, some level of support. And those people are really hard to find. So what I want to stress is that is not an easy thing to do, especially if you don't have the systems in place, if you don't have the priorities in place, you don't have the decision-making in place, which we kind of found here. So what we really found is that, and I'm sorry, I have to pull my glasses down, that really in the planning of your original FMP did not adequately plan for the risk. They identified the risk. They said, we're worried about all this, and here's what it is, but unfortunately they didn't at least put a plug number or something of an assumption that would have at least given you more budget to play with, as opposed to, well, we're just going to go with this and maybe we don't have these problems. The second part of it is that rarely do I see all of those items happen at the same time. So we got all of them, not just, unforeseen condition, maybe you could have felt with, maybe you added, but when it all hit, you're doubling the price of the project by definition. So the second part of it that we've seen is that your change management plan and your reporting really wasn't adequate based on what we're trying to see. We really don't see a full picture that's provided, a master schedule, a master budget, a change management system so that you can see things at a program level rather than a project level. And those are some of the things that we would talk about in terms of reporting, having a dashboard, or having some other things that I'll get into in just a little bit. But at the end of the day, that's kind of the baseline of where we are. Hopefully that was explained, unless I missed something.
So, Chair, others members of the board, the findings and recommendations in the report were really categorized into four main areas: oversight, controls, staffing, and then funding and financing. Again, with that, we've tried our best to be as transparent as possible and really trying to understand how our system currently works, and then thinking through what recommendations are needed to ensure that we have the proper support district-wide with these capital improvement projects. So with that, I will have Chapel Jordan come up to talk about oversight and controls, and then he'll finish off with staffing. I'll then have Steve Torgensen talk a little bit more about staffing, and then he will end with funding and finance, and then Dr. Gothard will finalize the report with next steps.
See how good I am with this. I think some of this I had just mentioned, and I'm glad I can get my steps in. I think in terms of oversight, I think that again, from what we saw in the general oversight is that you did pay for good quality products at a fair price. I mean, we really didn't see any huge variances in the numbers in terms of, and again, exaggerating from $100 a square foot to $500 a square foot. We really didn't see that. Moderate changes based on change in scope, yes, but we didn't see anything that really raised the red flags in terms of the quality level of what you've been provided. I think part of what's going on is the district was slow to identify and implement control systems. They are currently in process with two really good software systems, both from the finance side as well as the facility side of the house, and those are starting to be implemented. It's just really hard to work from a myriad of Excel spreadsheets when you're trying to work the types of programs that we're looking in the level of detail of project controls. And then I think at the end of the day, while you were, being given reports on pieces of the project as they came along, you really weren't getting a big picture. And so part of our question would be, were you giving the information to maybe take some options? One that I will just bring up specifically is on Ames. If you started at $22 million, and again, I don't have it in front of me, and you went up to $35 million, would that have changed your mind as opposed to renovate versus build new? Because now you're starting to get to a very high percentage of the assessed value. You went through the F&P, we agreed that we need to do that, and I do know that there's been a project, I think it's, can't remember the name, that's been pulled specifically because we think there might be some issues that aren't as much return on investment and value for us to do that. But again, I think it would be, and again, in our report, hopefully you will see the recommended changes at what points in time you should be having access and the types of information. And a lot of these are actually pretty simple. I say that they're simple things to change, but again, as part of the culture on how do we get folks trained up on how that is best worked so that you're getting the information you need to make a decision. Part of that on the next one is kind of the oversight on what we consider to be the project lifestyle. And again, these are kind of excerpts. If you look at the first piece on planning, and that's where you were, is that you did the planning, you did the F&P, you put it together. But as mentioned, pretty much risk was not taken into consideration. Again, we identified it. Every presentation that joint finance and facilities put together said, here are the things that we haven't really take into account. The board did authorize, obviously, the F&P, let's go. So then you went into what we're calling due diligence or schematic design, and that's where you got the project managers on board and everybody started looking at the projects. You either got your CMA or your architects hired to move forward. Once that pricing came in is when we realized there was a significant amount of change on some of the projects mentioned. Then once the board authorizes that schematic design, so once the overages were shown and once we showed that we wanted to make those academic changes and the board said we can move forward, obviously you go into completing design and into budget. And then obviously you went through construction closeout, some of which are underway now. So again, there should be at least 4 board touches. But again, in this particular piece, while the process seems simple, it's really what level of information are you getting when you get the handoff at each of those points, and specifically how it might tie to other projects along the way. So again, I'll give the other example, which I think is also, if at Humboldt, when you started at X dollars and you ended up with 2/3 more, when you said you wanted to do that, you had a number of options. One, you could say, no, we're going to stick with the program, and maybe in year 5, we'll add some of that stuff because there are other schools that would have been a higher priority than what was listed there because it wasn't accommodated. We're not sure that you got those options. So those are the kinds of things that we think you have to have everything in context in order for you to really understand, to avoid some of this confusion. And I think I already mentioned this before. Controls is the heartbeat of how you run a program. You have to have something that you can manage, that you can see, that's visible. We provided in our report a sample project dashboard from a project that we're doing on another, that actually all of the information is uploaded either weekly, monthly, or even quarterly as invoices come in, as they're paid. You can see what the budget was, what the expenditures was, what any change that we see, change management program, monthly reporting and reports that show where you are on schedule, where you are on issues, change management plans. You can make them as robust or as simple as you can, but quite frankly, at the moment, those are lacking, would be an understatement. But again, we have taken procedural place. I think it's Hyperion on the finance side and Procore on the other. So you at least have 2 really good systems that should be able to accommodate and upload. And so that is underway of being delivered now. Staffing. On the staffing side of things, I think there are a couple of key elements that we looked at. Again, we talked about, this size of program is a little bit, hang on a second, I want to check something. On the staffing side, we really came up with 4 key elements, which, first of all, again, this is a large program. Folks had their day job that you had to work on. So we do have issues with certain skill sets and organizational structure. We have issues with overload and turnover. So there's a lot of people, because we don't have some of the systems in place, are working extra hard they shouldn't have to. And they're having to put more staff on things that they shouldn't have to. So that's pretty obvious. Technology and training in order to get the job done. Again, we put together, I think, somewhere in the neighborhood of 60 plus spreadsheets to develop the information you see in the report in order for us to create separate pivot tables. We also went through all board meeting minutes from back in 2015 to compare what was presented to the board versus what was in the F&P versus what came into each one, so that we could run comparisons of the numbers that were provided. And so some of the documentation you'll see some variances kind of as you go through. Part of that is just because what you've been getting reported on is really cash flow use as opposed to budget use. And so again, that can cause some confusion. But again, at the end of the day, those are some of the things that we really need to work on to make this streamlined and make it more efficient moving forward. And I think, Steve, you had some things on the finance side also.
Good evening. Chair Ellis, directors, Dr. Gothard. First of all, I want to make sure that you all know how cooperative and how energetic and hardworking the staffs of both finance and facilities are in accomplishing the goals for this district. They were open, honest, trying to look and solve issues as I met with them and participated in meetings. I was very pleased. You've got a high-quality staff and something to be proud of. And the other thing is there may be room for improvement, obviously, but I think the end products are pretty dynamic too if you've visited some of the completed schools or schools that are under construction. So good things being done by Minneapolis or by St. Paul staff for the kids and the community. So things that I wanted to add a little bit to is in my experience, doing a major capital program is a big deal, and you can't do it the same way you do your normal spending and managing on a year-over-year basis. It takes expertise. And so one of the things that I noticed initially was there were a lot of staff turnovers, difficulty with the continuity of the people supporting the program, and that has an impact. So one of the recommendations that I have is one that the finance team is working hard to try to do, and that is to replace that operations accounting position that's already on the org chart. That position is vital in this program. I'm suggesting that that position be embedded at Como, working directly with the FMP program management team, and working as a key partner in that process. So I think what I saw was a need for facilities needs to be communicated to finance in a way finance understands, and that finance needs need to be communicated to facilities in a way they understand what they need, and be that kind of a buffer. So I'm recommending that position reporting to the CFO, but dedicated to the FMP is an important component to the success going forward. Likewise, I do believe that the finance staff supporting the facilities department also be co-located, and that's usually the plan, but it's been they're not quite there yet. Again, embedded, being part of the decision making, having the finance person right there to come up with strategies and work strategies is a good way to proceed. It's all about collaboration. It's all about working together to move us forward. It's all about building that support team that keeps us going through the years. The other thing I found that I wanted to talk a little bit about is usually you have a staff that's very busy on both the facilities and the finance side. And it's very difficult to try to understand things when it's a confusing time. And so I'm recommending that we do some cross department training to help the facilities people understand the limitations and the options related to financing the program, and likewise having the facility or the finance people learn much about what it takes to put a project on the street and put together an estimate. A lot of this will be helped by filling some of those key finance positions supporting facilities. So the next thing I was asked to talk a little bit about is, let's see. Am I doing this right? No, I do. There it is. That's hitting the wrong side of the button. So the next thing I was asked to look at was, and to talk about tonight, was the funding profile. Chapel talked about it a little bit, and I'd like to talk a little bit more about that. there's a number of ways that you can finance a large major capital program, and some ways have strengths and some and weaknesses, others same. So one of the things that I'd noticed with this model that's currently being used, it was a good model that this cash flow model that's currently being used. It was a good model because I think facilities was in the process of really finalizing their project budgets after they announced it afterwards, and then the cash flow model allowed finance to supplement and to come with the additional funds needed to complete some of the projects. But now once facilities has determined and has developed a good, sound estimation process, which I believe that they are doing, that now's the time to maybe think about doing things a little bit different. Not a cash flow model, but a model that reinforces the accountability of facilities to manage to a budget. And by that I mean that when you sell a bond, you're selling a bond for 100% of what's needed for that particular project. The funds are in hand. They are now accountable for that budget. And I think that's a good approach to take as opposed to doing supplemental funding. It also relieves some of the pressure on the board for when you approve a contract. Are you approving the contract knowing that you've got full funding for that project? Or do you have unfunded liability that exists when you're approving a contract without full funding? And so it's an issue that I believe, and we can talk more about that. It's also written up fairly well in our discussions. But I think but funding a project at 100%, right at award of the contract, it promotes accountability. It reduces cash flow concerns. It eliminates contract funding liability, which we just talked about. It requires facilities to have solid estimates going into selling bonds so that you can award at 100%. I also wanted to recommend that we go into an annual bond selling process that gets everything in coordinated with MDE's requirements, the levy submission, and targets sale of bonds in the fall so that we can issue contracts late in the year. But it's the best time for us to optimize pricing on our contracts. So it's an annual review process, an annual bond sale. The other thing I was recommending that I just wanted to finish with is I think the district would benefit from having a debt policy. A debt policy is a guidance to both the board and the CFO on the goals and the expectations of the board. And to have that, it provides guidance as you go forward, balancing debt with other methods of financing capital projects. That's it for it. Thank you.
Board members, I'll remind you, this is just a brief overview of an extensive report that I see many of you have with you. A lot of great detail. I'd like to just take you through some next steps that we're working on as a result of this. This plan has only been in hand for a few days, so we as a staff and a team are still using this to form our next steps as well. But first and foremost, the projects that are currently not in construction need to be obviously rescoped and taken through the process that was described tonight, at least in part. And that gives us many things to do. One, we're a different district with different needs today, than we were when these were originally created. So it does give us a time to really reevaluate as well. Funding will be only pursued for fixed projects and I and the team will monitor and report them to you. So we don't get into a situation where you wonder, why did this cost this much? We need to make sure that we have the discipline necessary to say that project A is going to cost $20 million and that's all you get. And we've got to develop the system and to execute that. So that includes all the things that Chaplain mentioned in terms of contingencies, furniture, all that has to be factored into it, unforeseen conditions, all the things that happen in a perfect storm, which we experienced on many of our projects, maybe not all, but certainly throughout the whole FMP as we know it now, we've experienced each of those. The master schedule, master budget has to be developed. That'll be the way that we report to the community, report to you, and the way that we help each other, maintain the project level that we're going to do and deliver it within the financial guidance that we have. And that'll be provided to administration and the public on a regular basis too. And there's some examples in the report of public dashboards and things of that nature. Again, I think those reporting things are great, but I've got to first ensure that we have the system internally to execute that and to populate that in a way that's going to be helpful and demonstrate our new commitment to this work. Some of the other things that we've got to determine, I think Chappell mentioned it, to say that 10 years, this is how much it's going to cost, and we're going to maintain this this discipline and adherence to the program is really difficult. I think his recommendation is that we bite it off in different chunks so that we kind of go through this process in terms of the costs and the actual needs in a more timely way. We can certainly set the vision for 10 years or 10 plus years, but we have to have the systems in place to adjust before we begin so that we can report that and of course execute the funding structure and the building structure that we want to commit to. And then finally, we've got to commit to a more transparent and communication and being diligent in how we talk about these plans. The amount of people that are responsible for this work, in addition to all the other things that happen at St. Paul Public Schools, is really incredible. And we've got to make sure that we're delivering to our community our commitment to do these, to do them well, to do them right, and to do them within your guidance. And one way that I'd like to look at this is you heard them talk about some of the cross-department training. And I'll take it a few steps further. Our senior team, too, needs to make sure that we have the right knowledge and understanding and belief in what it is that we're going to achieve. So I'm going to be looking for, as we move into next steps, someone to head this work in terms of construction, someone to report to that person in terms of finance, and making sure that they are going to be responsible in collaboration with, of course, finance and facilities of training our cross-departmental folks in this work. Whether they're new or they've been here, we have to make sure, and training might be the wrong word, communicating. We've got to make sure that we agree how we're going to do this. There's many different ways. I'm sure that that Steve and Chappell could point to colleagues that would come in and maybe disagree and say, no, this is the way you should do it. Right now, these are the findings and recommendations that we have, and they're only going to be as good as our ability to accept them, to agree with them, and to work together towards that agreement as we move forward. And I'll leave you with this. I've now spent pretty substantial time at both Adams and Como Park Senior. Some of our other facilities that have been completed. I participated with some of you with those ribbon cutting. And it's amazing how you forget about all this when you're taking those giant scissors and hoping that kids are safe with them and cutting through that ribbon. We've got community there, neighbors there. Some of the same people who called and complained are there to celebrate because construction's over. But I think it says more that they really do believe in what we're trying to achieve for our students. And I also know this, that education is an evolving process in terms of what we want to prepare our students for in their futures. And we know that many of our buildings were built in a time and for an education that perhaps isn't as relevant today. Certainly not putting down any of the beautiful classroom spaces that our folks have, but I think when you look at our workforce, I think when you look at the 21st century and the rapid evolution that has taken place, we want our school buildings to look like that. We want to give our students the opportunity to learn and thrive in environments that are more relevant and meaningful to their lives. So I can't say enough how much I support this work. Again, coming in here July 1, 2017, I have the opportunity now to say we're pushing pause on this because we're going to do it right. And doing it right means that that I am providing you the very best information to make informed decisions, and that it's also my commitment to you that we, that we follow through, and report to our public the great work that we're doing as part of our facilities master plan. So with that, I'll open it up to Chair Ellis to see if there are questions. I'll probably invite Chief Baker, Chappell, and Steve to also provide some responses to any questions you might have. And I'd also like to say to the team, you and Chappell, I think I heard from a lot of people, it was a really helpful workshop that you put us through for the week that you were here. I think we learned some things about ourselves, and I think generally people were pretty pleased with some of the new ways that we can look at this work.
Questions, board members? Director Schumacher?
I'm going to move to the moving forward phase of things. And I just want to, in all of this, and first of all, just to say I very much appreciate the kind of thorough and comprehensive insight that we've gained from your work. And it's there's a lot to go through, a lot of pages, but it's I think that it gives us some very specific understandings of how we got to where we are and where we need to go in order to do things in the right way. I'm very heartened to hear that, and obviously visually, as you said, you walk around and you look at these buildings that have been built. They're lovely buildings, and it's good to know that that we were getting the kind of value that we hoped we were for our kids. Obviously. Our eyes maybe were a little bit bigger than our stomachs in some ways, and yet we are at a place now where I think that that the corrections that have been made and that will be made will put us on a much better and more stable platform for really delivering those environments for the best possible learning for our kids, which is what everybody who's worked on this wanted to get out of this. And I mean, we aimed high, I think, and obviously the systems weren't in place. I don't know if this is an apt metaphor, but when you have the experience that we had with our baseball team in town, you sometimes feel like everything's in place to be able to really make things work until you come face to face with what the challenges are. And I think in the playoffs we discovered what the weaknesses were on our baseball team, and I think that we don't have a lot of experience with as a sports town, or in terms of this district working with a project of this size and understanding what it takes to get it done right. And I think there are enough. You can call them mistakes, you can call them oversights, you can call them a lack of experience, but we experienced it at every level, and the board is certainly a part of all of this, and we take our accountability and our responsibility seriously. And so to be able to hear from folks who've been through these kinds of situations before and realize that they are quite unique in terms of school districts. Again, it's very reassuring to understand where we should go with this. I think the ways that we are going to be informed about how to provide oversight and how as a board we need to think about these projects moving forward is going to be very helpful. And clearly the kinds of new structure, systems, and personnel that will be coming in to help will be able to inform us and help us with our jobs. What I would like to do is ask just a couple of questions. And Superintendent Gothard, this is for you. As you read through this document, you realize that there was an acknowledgement, I think, as it was going on, that that the overwhelming nature of it, that there was help that was needed, and I think because of the transition in terms of leadership that was also going on during this, perhaps it was hard to understand how we could provide the kind of help that that was dawning on our facilities and financial people. Clearly, if the recommendations are followed, there will need to be additional folks brought in. And how do you see that? I know that it's a little premature to have a final vision in place of how we do all this. There'll be a lot of work to be done. But can you give us a kind of general understanding of what kinds of budgetary changes we might have to make or priorities in order to be able to put this facilities master plan back on a stable financial and implementable path?
Chair Ellis and Director Schumacher, I think we have to look at this from a few different angles. For a program of this size, we have really two choices. We can build internal expertise so that we have continuity throughout this whole 10-year plan, or we can hire external contracted services to provide that kind of oversight for projects. So we do a little of each currently. So I don't know that we necessarily need to hire a bunch more people for St. Paul Public Schools in order to do this work. I think we have to look for what that balance is. The funding that we would use for the facilities master plan would not be from general funds. It would be part of the construction costs for set projects. So again, I think we first have to establish what is that key leadership going to be for construction and for finance, and from there build what are the right amounts and the right staffing levels that we need for us to do the recommendations that we accept from this report. So it is premature for me to determine what that might be today, but I want to let you and let the community know that we have to find that balance. And if we say we're going to have fewer people that are St. Paul Public Schools employees, we will be hiring people via contract to provide that level of service as well. So you really have to look for that balance. And the nice thing about putting a team together is that, again, you're developing that continuity. They're working together, they're getting to know the buildings, many have been here. So it's really trying to establish what that balance is going to be for construction. In finance, and Chief Schrull, she'll be the first to tell you that, yes, it's been a real challenge to get some positions filled. So I think to be fair, we've got to look just for our baseline staffing, not even construction related, specifically. We've got to get our baseline staffing in place so we can get folks to be really focusing on their primary objectives and their roles and responsibilities. And that's not to say it's to blame for any of this, but if we want to optimize and do this work in the way that I know you expect me to do, those are some of the things that we have to focus on. So it's establishing the leadership in construction, in finance. It's working with them to develop what is the team, what is the organizational structure going to look like moving forward, and then supporting that.
And if I could just add just a comment on the end of that, too, is that my assumption based on the way we've worked so far on this is that and I know that some of the folks that have been involved from the staffing standpoint at our sites, at our schools, who have patiently worked through sometimes up to 2 years or more of construction in their sites, that those folks, if they haven't been debriefed already, will be debriefed as we move forward, so that the new site leaders can have a better experience. And I don't necessarily see that in the recommendations, but I think it would be very important to make sure that we're listening to that so that we can do a better job of of working within our buildings during these transitions in this construction, so that our leaders are supported, I think, in better ways, and our students as well, because having jackhammers in your school for maybe not 2 years, but large construction and noise, that has to have an impact on how our kids are learning. And so I just want to make sure that we do everything we can to pull from the expertise of folks who've gone through it to make sure that we've learned lessons and we can make that experience as best as possible for our sites. Thank you.
Director Vanderwert, next.
Mine will be short. But I read through the report and can't say I slept very well after reading it last night. But I like the staffing suggestions, and I can't help but think about the last 4 years and all of those budget. When I hear you talk about how stretched everyone is, how hard everybody is working in both finance and facilities, I can't help but think about all those cuts we've made over the last 3 years and what kind of demands we've made on staff because of that. And I want to say to the community that this is administration. This is, we are reaping the consequences of some of those cuts right now because of that. And we have constantly said we want more of our money to go into the schools and to meet the kids' needs, and have cut administration each year. In fact, the first year we were here 3 years ago, we cut administration severely, and I think we are, we're living kind of with the consequences of those decisions right now. So just to understand that the budget needs to also include administration and the support that we need for our facilities and our people that are serving the whole district. So just want to make that point. But I like the staffing suggestions, and I'm excited that you'll take it out of those construction budgets. I didn't think about that last night when I was reading it. And then I just wondered about that debt policy you talked about. I wondered if you could just describe what that could look like and how that will help us.
I'll ask Steve Torgerson to address that.
So at Minneapolis Public School, we tackled that as soon as we entered into our major capital program. A couple things we did: the debt policy. We also did the reimbursement policy that you already have in place. That helps with spending ahead of when you bond for the cost to cover that. So you've done that already. So the debt policy basically is helping you understand what you feel comfortable with as far as what debt you can carry over time. So in the write-up, you'll see that the wording that's in the Minneapolis debt policy says that you have to that 70% of your debt has to be paid off within 10 years. So you can be aggressive, or it can be a little bit. So it needs to be researched and evaluated, and then looked at, because it gives you guidance as well as it gives the CFO guidance on how you should be dealing with debt, because debt is a very important part of a major capital program, and there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You're building long-term assets. You're paying for it with long-term debt and debt service.
Thanks.
Vice Chair Marchese.
Yes, thank you very much. And I want to thank our external review group in the service that you've provided to us in terms of helping us understand what's happened over the last several years in this process. And it's very helpful to get your context and get your wisdom. And I'm appreciating the fact that we've got a lot of, I think, good suggestions. And I appreciate the debt policy, your suggestions around structure and staffing. I just need to make some observations as I've read through this report, because I feel like, the foundation of what we're trying to do here remains very important. We are doing something about the future of our students and their learning. And obviously, we want them to have the best opportunity to be successful. And I think, to me, when I first came onto this board, when this process was already started up and moving forward, What was brought to me at that time and brought to those of us who joined the board newly at that time was would seem to be an exciting opportunity to really modernize and really remedy the lack of investment that this district had made in its facilities over the years. However, for me, it also means that because it's so important and because of the commitments I think that we were being asked to make to the community, it's really important that the process that we had as a board had integrity and the ways that we were able to make our decisions had integrity. And so there's some things about these observations and these that are in this report that are troubling to me. And I just need to speak about those because I think they implicate our ability to do the work. And I hope and expect that those will not be the future of what we will be dealing with as it goes on. I mean, from the beginning, this has been a huge undertaking and needed to be set up to succeed in order to be able to do this and do this right. For us to make decisions that were quality decisions, we needed to rely on the judgment of staff to be able to make these decisions and make them accurately. In order for it to be set up to succeed, we needed to rely on the judgments of staff as to how this should be organized and the structures that should be in place and how this was going to be done. We had to understand the scale and the scope in order to be able to make commitments fiscally and to the public about what people could expect over the course of time. And so I was interested and troubled by Mr. Jordan's comment that the things about risk that were not included in the initial estimates really were something that we as a board should have had an awareness of at the time. If we are going to make a public commitment of this district's resources, we needed to know that the risk was not fully explained to us at the time that we were making those choices in 2016. It also implicates the accuracy of the information that was coming to us about the status of the projects, but also the changes that needed to be made. So when we look at things, and again, Mr. Jordan mentioned the Ames construction, a lot of the information that came to us was given in dribs and drabs. It was very hard to make very educated choices when presented with information that says this is what we need to do in order to keep this project moving forward without really understanding or knowing how is this going to interact with the other choices that we're making in this project going forward so that we can make some educated decisions. Do we go forward with replacing a building versus improving a building? And how does that impact going forward the other choices that we're making and the commitments that we make? I'm concerned about some of the observations about the internal staff capacity and the lack of communication between our staff. I think as a board, we have the right to expect that our staff will be acting in the most professional way possible in order to further the work of the district. And to me, when I witness and see in the report some of the comments that are made about how our staff were communicating, no doubt people were trying to do the best they could to keep things moving forward within the scope of what they were doing. But to me, it also means that there was something missing about the culture between these areas of our organization that were not communicating effectively, and that was allowed to continue over a period of time. And then finally, when we look at the funding streams, as we're brought with contract changes, how we make those choices and understand the financial implications of that. Clearly, there wasn't full information to the board at the time about how these things were going to interact together. And so, yes, we approved a plan. We approved a 10-year plan that was ambitious and necessary and important for the district. But what we did not see, and were never given the information of, is how the individual choices that our staff were making and the choices that they were making about the use of funds was eventually going to impact the commitments that we as a board made to the community about what they could expect to see. And that's very troubling, because that means that there was actually an undermining of our ability to do our job. And as a board member, that is very concerning, because we have a public responsibility above any other responsibility to make sure that we are getting the best quality information and that we are making the choices in the best interest of the district. There is no doubt in my mind that we need to continue to move forward on a project to modernize our buildings. But it is very clear to me that what it looks like going forward is going to need something very different. And I appreciate the superintendent some comments about wanting to make some of these changes going forward. I think that we have to be very clear with the community and whatever we do, that we are going to be making some very important changes to how they can see what this is going to be looking like going forward. Those changes have to be about process, those changes have to be about the financial commitments, and those need to be about the staffing and the support that we are going to be having in our institution, in our administration, to support this work. So I guess I am hopeful that we will see that going forward. I am also saying that by accepting this and by taking that on, the superintendent is taking a commitment to this community about how this is going to be changing. And I think we as a board need to support him in doing that. So if it takes money, resources to make the staffing changes, if it means communicating effectively to the community about what this means, we need to support him to do that. And we are going to be needing to be able to hold them accountable for where this goes going forward. We cannot repeat the level of mistakes that were made in this process, and that were made whether willfully or innocently, whether because it was what people were doing in order to do the best they could, and still have the confidence of the community the next time that we ask for a change in a referendum or in the levy or in any kind of bond. We have a responsibility as a board to be able to be clear with the community and with ourselves about why we're making these choices. And so we need to make sure that whatever happens going forward gives us that comfort so that we can do that going forward. In my mind, it did not happen in significant parts of this project. And for all of the good feelings that we have at the end, when we get into the building and we know that these are better places and our staff can see it, we still have a responsibility to have conscious choices about how we got there. So it is important that we do that going forward. I'll be looking to the superintendent to be very deliberate in the choices that he makes in implementing these recommendations. And I hope that we can continue the important work of improving our facilities and at the same time be fiscally responsible with what we are given by the city residents to do this work.
Yes. First of all, I'd like to begin by saying that I share the concerns that Director Marchese just stated. And I just wanted to make sure that I said that, because him and I have talked a little bit about some of our shared concerns, and I knew that he would do a very good job of presenting those. And so I want to thank Director Marchese for that very frank and candid approach to this issue. I also want to say, looking at my computer, next steps, I'm going to have those laminated for my wallet, because they look like they are on the right track. They look like good next steps, and I think particularly in light of what Director Marchese just said, I think it is very important to us as a board and a superintendent and the superintendent's staff to be continually working together on those and communicating with one another on an ongoing, regular basis how we are implementing the next steps. Because in my mind, the next steps, the best next step is the last step. District committed to being more transparent, communicative, and diligent in managing and delivering the FMP. And so, Superintendent Gothard, I'm very pleased to look at your next steps. And I think that this individual board member, and I know the rest of the board, will join me in saying we are committed to working together And that does not mean to say that we're going to do the work that we hire you to do. We're a governing body, but we're going to do a much better job than we have in terms of knowing what the right hand is doing and what the left hand is doing at the same time. Actually, you're going to be disappointed to hear all of what I just said was simply in reaction to the very, very nice and very informed comments that I heard from my board members so far and that I heard from Dr. Gothard. But now here's what I had written for myself. And I'll try to keep it as brief as Broderick can keep anything brief. I wanted to, as I sat this afternoon next to my fake fireplace in Frogtown, I wrote that I want to commend the members of the external review team and the leadership team for such a comprehensive and thorough report. I mean that sincerely, thank you. I must, however, say, as Director Vanderwert was talking about reading it last night, it was a formidable task to attempt to wade through this thing. And I'm sure that it will require further reading for me as I look at that and as I try to provide oversight and monitoring to our next steps. Because this report is such a almost overwhelming document, my understanding is that our own staff has just received this report within the last couple of days, or even in some instances today, and many will be getting it very quickly, I'm sure. So my first question, you'll be proud of me, I'm getting to a question pretty quickly tonight. My first question is, when will our staff, and particularly the finance department and facilities, have an opportunity to respond to this report? And I'm sure their initial response would be to the superintendent, but I certainly want to have a feeling, after having waded through this thing, I want to know what our people who are involved and have been involved in the FMP for 3 or 4 years now already, what their response is to this report, so that we can have a true understanding about how they feel they can work on what I said is so important, the next steps. So my first question is, how are we going to work on our staff getting an opportunity to respond to the report?
Director Broderick, Director Broderick, we respond to reports and information all the time. We collaborate around information to help guide the district in the best way we know how. I think in this case, responses that staff have, reactions they have to this report are going to be best utilized for us to optimize our work moving forward. There's many findings and recommendations here. As great as they are, I don't know that we're going to be able to accept and implement every single one of them. There may be pieces of them, and I think that's what I'd look for responses from some of the departments, to help us really calibrate and really in a precise way understand how we can best utilize that, because we have to balance the external eyes that we've had, the external expertise that we've had, with the internal capacity that we have as well. So I would think that that's going to be an ongoing thing. I can tell you that I don't think people have ever shied away from sharing feedback with me with how they've received information, and if that's something that facilities or finance wants, either individually or as groups, we will certainly make sure that there's space for that.
Thank you very much, and I want to echo I think about the second to the last sentence you just said, when you said that people in this district now do not shy away from approaching you. And I want to say publicly that that's an accurate remark, that people are not shy to approach Superintendent Joe Gothard. However, earlier in the evening, you talked about the fact that in this district, we need to change our culture because our culture has not always been like that. And so, once again, I applaud the superintendent for saying that. And that's one of the reasons why I asked that question, because I want to encourage the folks that have been working on this FMP and that will find themselves working on the next steps, that they're going to be able to not shy away from stepping up and talking to their immediate supervisors and to their superiors and saying, and in some instances, maybe even defending some of the things that are in the report that may cast a bad reflection on them. Because as much as I'm ready to assume responsibility as a board member for what mistakes were made over the last couple of years, I want the people that are in the trenches to feel comfortable coming forward and saying, hey, you know what? Yeah, but, and not a lot of that yeah, but stuff. But you know what I'm saying? I think we've got to make sure that this report is really utilized by the people that are going to do the work. I know I didn't say that very well, but I think there's one old coach to a younger coach. I think you know what I'm talking about. And I think this is very, very important. Can you give me some assurance about how we're going to really make these next steps work?
Director Broderick, I think the first thing I'd like to say is that I think we do really, really good work. We really do, and individually, in departments and groups, in different sections of our organization. But I'm really not interested in good. I really want us to be great, and I think there's some missing pieces for us to do great work. And the first thing is for us to have a common understanding of how we work with one another. And it cannot just be sometimes, it has to be all the time, and it has to be around the goals that we have in the school district, SPPS achieves, the policies that guide us, everything that we're doing to increase our long-term student outcomes and become, the kind of district that all of us want St. Paul Public Schools to be. So I think that's very important. And for us to be that consistently great organization, it is going to take us working together to really dig into this report. To start to set up some of the structure that can guide us. As I talked about earlier, I think it's going to be incredibly important for both from a facilities and finance perspective that we're doing some crosswork. We tend to right now, and trust me, this is in many places in the district, we kind of go off and do our work, and then we come back and tell other people about it. Instead of saying, hey, let's do this work together. Let's define what we can accomplish together. Let's make sure that we have a good understanding of what needs to take place here. If you look on page 20 of the report, you can see the whole bottom half of that is a grid that shows roles and responsibilities. And even though only some of those boxes are checked as those individuals have the ultimate authority or those groups have the ultimate authority, it's going to be really important for us that everybody has an understanding of that who's involved in the facilities master plan. Doesn't mean they're an expert in planning the design, but it means they have an understanding of how that fits into all the other decisions that they might be making. So there's a lot to this, and I think that the good news is that we have learned a lot on the run here, as that obviously we've given attention to this, and the board has directed me to ensure that our facilities master plan is on pace. And we are going to have to pull together in very short time a timeline so that I can demonstrate to you what the steps are that we're going to take and when they're going to be made and how we're going to proceed. And again, as I shared earlier, and I think the team did as well, I want you to have a number on a building that we're doing. It's reported to you, it's monitored to you, and at the end of the day, we're held accountable to that.
Thank you.
And the work, I mean, we can capitulate and argue about whether we want this color or that color or this grade or that grade. But I mean, that's, on the ground, some of the work, but by the time it comes to you, this is what we're doing at school A. Here's how much it's going to cost. Here's when it's going to be done.
Okay. Thank you very much. And like I said, the next steps. That's the most important thing maybe we're going to talk about tonight. I also sense that there were differences of opinion between members of the review team. And I don't want to necessarily have the review team come up and debate or turn this into a panel discussion, debate, rebuttal. But are there any differences of opinion that you had as a team or within the team that you think we should be aware of?
Chair Ellis, Director Broderick. I remember when we came before you and you wanted to ensure that the report was not whitewashed. I remember that wording.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief Baker. I was actually going to say to myself, I will not use that term tonight, but thank you.
But the rationale and the reason that I bring it up is we wanted to try to ensure that we were as transparent on how this team felt. So in the end, in the appendices, you will see individual reports on the findings and the recommendations. I would also highlight that I believe that there were the main items, in general, the main items on what was looked at in these overall 4 bucket areas: oversight, controls, staffing, funding, and finance. They were agreed upon. There may be some differences of opinion at times on how we got there. There wasn't a lot, but there were some. And to me, I think it goes back to what Dr. Gothard said, that differences of opinion. I actually believe that it brings in the credibility of this team's work, also knowing that they wrestle with some things. There were not, in our discussions, and I will speak because I was on every status update, at every status update meeting. When we did bring in issues and concerns, there may be small differences in the how, but the what was agreed upon, that there needs to be greater collaboration, that we need to ensure that the funding strategy is stable to meet the needs of the projects that we have, that we need to ensure that there's support and controls for management in these construction projects. There was no doubt or any issues with the team agreeing to those items. There was certain, every now and then, with the vehicle on how to get there, some differences, but not necessarily major.
Thank you. And the reason I think that's important as we talk about allowing our staff to feel comfortable in coming forward and helping to improve this whole process, that because they're going to read this, obviously, they're going to be reading this report. And I think there are going to be things that they may either agree with or disagree with certain members of the review team. And I think that in that spirit of changing culture, that I know this superintendent is very committed to and dedicated to, I just want to make sure that those folks get an opportunity to point those kinds of things out. Because as I waded through this thing last night, and we had a preliminary draft that we looked at, that I looked at over the weekend even, and before then, there's a lot there. And I think it's only human nature for folks that were involved to feel that they may have to justify or defend something that they did, or that they are, and that's just human nature. But what I'm expecting is that, because I know the staff members involved, I think what they're going to do is step forward and say, yeah, we recognize that these kinds of things went wrong, and here's what we can do, but here's where we need help if you really want us to do it. And I think that goes along with that whole, and what now I'm really sounding like the worst thing a guy could ever get called of is a school board member is a micromanager. But you know what? I'm not micromanaging. I'm just giving Joe Gothard and the rest of the staff, my advice to use those soft skills when we're working with our staff to make sure that we know that we do a better job in the future.
Chair Ellis, and a little bit of a response to Director Broderick, in complete agreement with you. I just wanted to highlight that one of the things that we also talked about is ensuring that we have findings and specifically recommendations that ensure that we are never in this place again. And I feel like we have those recommendations. And I'm also in agreement with Dr. Gothard that we may not, at least right now, be able to implement every single thing right now. There may be bits and pieces that we do to ensure that we're moving in that direction. But because of the nature of the recommendations and the system that we currently have right now, we're going to have to adjust, and there are going to be some changes that are made. And as a staff and as a team and a group that's committed to the success of these projects, we're going to have to make some changes. And there's no other way of being able to say that, but I do feel that in general, we're committed to making that happen.
Thank you very, very much. And actually, because of the fact that Director Marchese brought up just what you were just talking about, that this will necessitate some changes. Many of the suggestions contained in the report are quite extensive. And even a word that I've learned to use, transformational. Some deal with what I think may call for serious redefinition of the roles of certain personnel. And I think Director Marchese pointed that out, that will, I think will have to happen. And once again, because I have the trust in our superintendent and I have a trust in all of us to improve our culture, I think we will be able to do that. And we will be able to do that fairly and justly. It's an easy kind of thing to say, who are we going to blame? Who is responsible? And sometimes you have to be very frank about answering those kinds of questions. But the most important thing is what you just said a few seconds ago, Chief Baker, and that is we're going to assure that we're not going to have this happen again. Okay, so that was my last question, believe it or not. And this is for the superintendent and for the team. And it's a very, very short speech, but it will end with a question. As elected officials, we are sworn to represent the public and to be ultimately responsible for the running of the school district. Now, as we all know, we are a governing board, not a managing board. However, that does not excuse us from our responsibility to monitor and provide oversight. And this is where I'm going to ask for advice from any team member that would like to respond, or from the superintendent, because as professionals, or just as regular citizens, what would be your advice to us, not only to hold ourselves accountable to fulfill this responsibility, but to make sure that our staff gives us the timely and accurate information so that we can be responsible to the public? And I think I said that not as well as Director Marchese did a little earlier, but I think it's similar to the question that he asked. How can we do a better job of making sure that these 7 elected officials, as we go into the next steps, are continually not feeling like they don't know enough?
I'm going to turn it over to the team. Chapley, you want to kind of take us through some of the findings. You've got many of the diagrams in the plan, especially the one of the pathway for the board touches
The flow
on.
charts. And, in the flow charts that we show, there are 11 by 17 foldouts. One of them is the simple version. The other one is the more difficult one to kind of understand where you were in that process and how those decisions were made. I'll go with Pareto principle, 80-20. If you get a master schedule and you get your master budget in place and you get the control system so that you can see the overall program and see the big picture, you're going to be way better off by definition. That's why and that was our hardest thing to do, was to grab the information that was provided and then say, well, how did we get to where we are and what are we doing? That was it was a much more difficult effort than we originally had anticipated. But being able to just get that baseline data so that you see it, that you understand it, and that that things that are of risk are highlighted. I mean, it's one thing, kind of you mentioned, it's one thing to be written. It's another thing to say, wait a second, that could be a big problem. Do you want me to put a huge contingency on it or not? I mean, there could have been the question. And our big concern was a lot of the decisions that were right, wrong, or indifferent. We recommended that, I mean, you were following the policies and procedures that were in place. So if the FMP said we wanted to do something at X school, they came to you and said, but the FMP said we're doing this at X school, so that's what they did. As opposed to, well, wait a second, maybe we need to rethink that a second. So once it was kind of approved that this is the best thing to happen, you just sort of got that. So I think there has to be a bigger picture item that says, wait a second, we know we're doing all these things, but understand the projects below are impacted. And if so, how? And then make an informed decision that when you move things around, you understand where those are and that it's communicated. It's all about the control system. That's the easiest thing I can say that can help you do that. And absolutely this recommendation makes that happen. And we're depending, based on if the board chooses to reinitiate some of the programs, we already have in your scope, you'll see we took the FMP3 as it sits, and we have a master schedule that has a cash flow analysis on it that, assuming that the first step is to go back through the FMP and look at the next round of projects, are they accurate in terms of scope? And then do a deep dive on the ones in the next couple of years that I don't have to have this crystal ball that goes out 10. Then it just gives you manageable chunks to look at. And again, as Dr. Gothard mentioned, it's the FMP itself, in terms of what the projects are, how you prioritize them, how you met with all the different campuses, how you got the information you needed. That worked pretty nicely in terms of what you want to do. The implementation and the reporting of it is what our biggest, what we would consider to be the biggest misstep. But if we can get the master schedule, master budget, a dashboard that y'all can look into 24/7, and anytime invoices are approved by finance or anybody else, it's tapped in and you know exactly where you are. That's the easiest thing to do. And I think initially you're going to have monthly reports saying here's where we are. And if it starts going quarterly, when you start getting it, where you get into a groove, and then when you start going. And the only other thing is that going through a lot of the meeting minutes that we mentioned on the board, there are a lot of questions that the minute you feel uncomfortable, you might want to stop. We saw a lot of times where some of the board members were very uncomfortable with what was going on, but kind of approved it. If you kind of get that itch, you might want to back up a second and talk to Dr. Gothard and staff on how you got there. Because usually if that little bird's talking to you, there's something there. And we can see it. It's just that at the time, either, well, okay, I guess that's what we can do. That would be my advice on council, at least initially.
Thank you.
So working with Minneapolis Public School Board, I found that being in that role of reporting to finance as a director, but also being embedded in the facilities group, what I found was every time I went to the board, there was confusion about we'll call it their FMP. And I was in the process of putting together a training package for the board to help them understand terms, help them understand funding vehicles, the restrictions associated with those, and maybe giving the board a little bit of some cheat sheets or something like that that would help them understand the process, help them understand sources of funding, help them understand the checks and balances that are in place. So that's Education across departments is one thing. Education up is good. Education down is good. And so if we're in this for the long haul, which we are, the education is worth the investment.
A quick follow-up, if I could.
Very quick.
Yep. Superintendent, so are we going to, we're on pause right now, and there are projects that need to be finished. Are we going to be on pause with all of those projects until we have this new system set up of reporting, et cetera? Or is there some kind of a transition period where those will be finished up and then we'll move forward with this for the next round?
Chair Ellison, Director Schumacher, I think I would be most comfortable right now saying that, based on having our ability to really dive into this report, that I received last week as well, that we have to look at a few options in terms of how we're going to launch this new initiative. As you can see, the external review team is great in terms of what they've learned about us, but they may be able to help us with some implementation as well, to stay here to help us with some of these recommendations. But I think it's going to be most important for us to first determine what is that internal structure going to be. Before I can bring anything to you, I've got to make sure that our team agrees to it and that we're going to stand by it. And that's the most important thing to me. So I think the best advice, some of the best advice that we got through this process was to really look at a 1 to 3 years versus 10 years and really focus on that smaller group of projects. So that's probably where we're going to begin. And to you, we'll have we'll find a way to provide for you and our work together a timeline, almost as Steve was talking about and I'm sure you had some training back in when this all started, maybe in different pieces. Maybe some of you are here, some of you weren't. Clearly, we're going to have to do that with our board and with your colleagues to make sure that you understand what it is you're approving and what the timelines are. We're going to have to communicate that routinely.
But are we going to need to approve the continuation of the projects that already exist in some way, shape, or form? Or is that going to come back to us to say, okay, we need to finish these projects up and here's how we're going to do it? Or are we on track to push the pause button, play those remaining projects, and then we'll get something that we'll need to look at to approve the next steps?
So we have work, as you mentioned, we have work underway right now. That work is perhaps future projects are somewhat on pause. And before anything goes into the construction phase, there is going to be a new way to report that to you. We can, design a way and get ready. But before we do any construction, there will be a new process in place for you to approve and have line of sight to.
A bunch of all of my colleagues have touched on things that I had questions and concerns about as well going through the report. I'm encouraged by next steps, but I'm also really still disappointed that this is sort of the place that we are at. It has altered trust for board members and community, where they believe that we were not fiscally responsible and let things happen right under our noses and did nothing to shift or change that sooner. And I have a whole lot of feelings about that. Not understanding what process and spending was, even though, it was said that we are following our own policies, but still not understanding what's really happening and what we are approving. A couple of things that were said, and I just want some clarification. So I kept talking about the FMP as a program. And to me, it has always seemed to be part of facilities. And so I just want to know going forward, is FMP considered a different and separate program from facilities? And if it is, where is that going to land operationally? And then two, we're talking about potentially having consultants running the FMP, and what would that actually mean and how many people would that be?
Chair Ellis, FMP referred to as a program is just the overall scope and magnitude of what it takes to facilitate to implement it. I mean, there's a lot of moving pieces. It involves everyone from us here at the governing table to some of our partners that are in the audience tonight in terms of securing the finances, working through the finance department, working with facilities, working with city, state. I mean, there's a lot of pieces that are moving here. So program is only referred to as a generality and the overall magnitude of the FMP. In terms of consultants or staff, that gets thrown around a lot, and I want to be very clear, and I'm not prepared to talk about what an entire org chart will look like tonight. But as you look at our org chart on page, there's only 160. I can't turn right to it. But as you look at that, understand in the overall magnitude and scope of the work that takes place in our district, we have incredible internal capacity to do that work. But we also have to rely on whether it's consultants or vendors or contractors to help us do this work. I mean, we don't have, a $500 million construction company. We are not equipped to do that work and do that work alone. My plan to you is that any of the funding that we would need for positions would come out of Fund 06, Fund 6. So that is our construction. Those are our construction accounts. It is not my it's not my instinct to want to say that under the general fund we're going to add positions for this work. It should be part of the facilities master plan and part of the construction funds that we're securing, through our funding schedule. So I don't know that we need to add or delete a bunch of positions. I think what we have to do is understand what is the work that we want to accomplish and what is the best organizational structure we can put in place, adhering to the financial constraints that we have. So whether it's more consultants or not, I think that's going to be determined based on what the needs are of the FMP itself. The FMP will drive the need for us to partner with vendors, contractors, or other experts and consultants.
And then I just wanted to add a couple of other points. And so one of the questions that I kept getting asked in community is, if you've spent more on these projects, what impact is that going to have on the things that you want to do moving forward? And that is a great question. And I know that that will come with next steps. But I think part of the problem is, even as we've been on the board in the last 4 years, I don't think that we have ever just sat and said, this is what this work was supposed to be. This is what actually got done, and this was the cost. And I don't mean that for all of the projects as a whole. I mean individually, as they've gotten completed, there hasn't been, here's the overview of this entire project, where we began, and here is where it ended, and this was the cost of it. And so I think if we're having these conversations in community and being really transparent is going to be helpful. I really do like the idea of the dashboard. I know that you said you don't know if we have the capacity to do that with our current system, but I do actually really like that. And I also want to just ask, if we are talking about moving forward with the facilities master plan, which I believe is the right thing for this district to do, I think that this is a really great investment in our community and in our staff, in our buildings. And I also think that, it is really important that, at city, when we're sitting in our Joint Property Tax Advisory Committee talking about the jobs that this is bringing to the city. And that is really, really important. But I hesitate on whether or not we're going to have enough things in place before we even talk about the next iteration of the FMP. And so I know we're talking next steps now, but I feel like there just needs to be very concrete things that you can show us before we're agreeing or looking at anything else moving forward.
I'm going to ask Chapel to come up and talk with us about that. But one comment to something you said in terms of FMP moving forward, I think I'm hearing loud and clear, do the FMP. But to me, that's number two. Number one is do it right. And I think that's what I'm taking away from everything I've learned about the review and from your comments and suggestions tonight. And then Chapel, if you could talk a little bit about kind of that rolling plan and the years and
Sure.
how you make adjustments and accommodations for that.
So, I can rattle off a whole bunch of school districts that had some of the flexibility that you have, working on more of a cash flow model. So I think in the reports, and as Steve had mentioned, you're roughly working somewhere in the neighborhood of $112 million a year with three funding sources. So essentially what happened as I mentioned, if you just had a hard program, the number you have is it. There is no, you either dumb it down or you don't do projects. You don't really have that issue here because, just as an example, if the first round of 112 million had 10 projects, and that's what we anticipated in the FMP originally, when you went through and we made these changes, because of the changes in cost, maybe you only did 6 of those 10. But the next 4 were still in the same priority, so you just pushed it out a year until the next available funding stream came through. So maybe at the moment, a 10-year program might now be 11 or 12 because I had to push some of that out based on the cash flow. That's first. So it's not that can't get done because I'm not fixed to a number. That's part of the confusion, right? The second part of it is that based on the priorities that were given, the hardest, most difficult, most needy projects were first, and the ones that are towards the end of the intent are maybe not as much, but you anticipate you may need to make some major renovations because they're going to be 10 years old and they're already 10, so you're going to make those changes. So theoretically, just because you were, I'm being based on the number 60% over on the first 10 or 12, doesn't mean that the next round, maybe your overage might only be 12 to 15, and then as you get down because you're getting further, it's less. So your average may be less than the 60 because you did the hardest ones first. We don't know that because we would have to go through all of it. But then my only final thing is the reason we're coming back to the 10-year piece is we don't know what your demographics are going to do. We don't know if somebody's going to go on this side of town and build a 400 house apartment complex. We're going to build a neighborhood over here. A new business is going to come in, and we're going to have all those kinds of things that happen that might impact a singular area 5 years from now. Well, that's going to necessitate a change. If next week someone says in the next 2 years we're building those 400 units, well, a project campus that's currently in year 8 may need to come up to year 6 because we have to get that done prior to the kids showing up. That's where the flexibility comes into play because anything that's outside of 3 or 4 years is outside of a typical construction planning parameter by which if I'm a builder, I'm going to go to the city, I'm going to get my permit, I'm going to know I'm going to build that apartment complex that gives you time to react. So that's why going 10 years, it just makes it so hard for us to say, well, can I guarantee those projects that we currently show on the FMP are in year 10 are going to be in year 10? You can't make that promise right now. You can just say that's the priority. Did that answer your question, ma'am?
Director Zhang. So I do echo some of the points that my colleagues brought up, but I'm not gonna dive into them. So I only have a couple questions here and comments. And so I do appreciate and first off, I want to thank the external review team for the work and the report. And then I also want to thank our finance team and our facilities team as well. And what I've come to learn from the report is that here in St. Paul Public Schools, we have hardworking and dedicated people who showed up every day to get the work done. And so thank you very much for doing that. However, per the report and the finding is that we, in addition to that, have during we have people in our team are dedicated to doing the work, and so therefore our efforts to ensure that the work that we did and conducted is done thoroughly, or what I'm trying to say is that I appreciate all the work that the team has done, and in addition to that, and the hard work and the dedication that from both facilities and finance. But in addition to that, you know, we, as being the second largest school district in our state, it's apparent through this report that we have a lot of outdated systems. And so, you know, there's a capacity issue with not having enough staff to allow us to do this work thoroughly and well. And then we also have, in this finding, as I read through it, not only with capacity, but knowledge and depth, you know, the need for us to be able to get the work done, but then look, you know, take a step back to look at the work, the overall work that needs to be done to assess whether or not, you know, we have any gaps in our plan. And that was also missing from the plan. So I appreciate the recommendations to um, to build a team so that we could do this work well, because I think that that's what's important for next step. The other piece is that is about timeline. This FNP proposal predates me being on this board, and so you know, as I read through this report and I think about 10-year timeline, that was very worrisome to me. And so I appreciate the recommendation for a 3 to 5 year assessment on our plan and on our timeline for projects. Let's see here. And also the recommendations to set protocols and systems in place so that, again, we could do this job well. So with that being said, I'm very hopeful about that this report recommends systems that will allow us to be efficient and effective with our F&P plan going forward. The questions I have, however, is about the external review team and the future of it. And so, Superintendent, I heard you mention earlier about the perhaps next step looks like, you know, this team will be the one helping us implement the recommendations. Can you say more about that? And then the other question I have, if you want to loop in your answer together, is about timeline in terms of I'm impressed about and I like the diagrams that was included in the report about how projects would be presented to us on the board to approve. But I want to know about the timeline, about updates, about the progress that we have or that we've done with F&P going forward. Are we looking at how would we on the board receive reports about updates on the progress of our F&P plan in the future?
Sure, Alice, Director Zhang, thank you. I think that let me start with saying that I will commit to communicating with you on a very broad level, general level, kind of sketching out a timeline after gathering with my teams and putting that together so you know what to expect and when to expect it. And then we'll get to work on meeting those deadlines in terms of what that might look like for you all. And we might even take a project that's on schedule or even a fictitious project so that we can kind of model what a new process might look like and what you can expect, just to simplify one as I'm imagining it. So that's one part. In terms of the external review team, I mean, I didn't know what we'd get. You know, I had no idea this 160 pages would include what it does. So it has given me, obviously it's given me some tools. It's given me some information. And I think what I'm most looking forward to is how can we implement what we agree on is the right next steps for St. Paul Public Schools. And if that means that the team or any one of them can be there to help us, we may talk about that. As it stands, their work is complete after tonight by contract. So we would have to talk about what it would mean for them to stay on and assist us.
And that would be an update for a future report about what our next steps are with F&P.
In terms of the external review team?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
So then the other question I have is and I think it was someone asked earlier, but um, when the F&P plan was originally proposed, it put together timelines of schools when they're gonna be under construction or see their school redone. And so with this new report and recommendations on how next steps should be like in order for us to again, be ensure that our plan is efficient and effective. Um, are we looking at how are we communicating to schools about who have been waiting to for their schools to be updated, and how are we communicating to them, and are we looking at following the same sequence or of schools that are next in line to be reconstructed?
Director Zhang, I don't know about the same sequence, so I don't want to comment on that right now. But what I will say is that we're going to have to communicate with all those schools that are slated and have been communicating with them if they're on delay. You might have heard earlier somebody was asking about a school that's kind of put on hold right now because we don't know. Maybe it'd be a better decision to build an entire new school. That's Bruce Vento. So Vento, of course, was on the schedule to have some major renovation done. And when facilities brought it forward and said, these are all the things that we would have to fix in order to do this right. Here's another option. I had to, being responsible, pause and say, I don't know if it makes sense to do this major renovation when for almost the same cost, we could design a whole new school. And when we design a whole new school, there are other things we can bring in from the community into that school design that the East Side could really use as an example. So we might look at expansion of pre-K spaces, early childhood hubs. We might look for a place where they no longer have to have a food shelf in an old small space where we can incorporate that into the school's design. So as hard as this pause is for a lot of people, it also gives us some time to look at what are our priorities today and what do we think they might be 3 to 5 years out, and maybe stay away from 10 years out in terms of details. In terms of scheduling and sequence, I think 10 years could work. But in terms of details, again, I think it's problematic for us just not knowing what 10 years might look like for us. So we'll have to communicate. We will have our FMP site is populated frequently and will continue to be. And we'll share as much information as possible with our community so they know. And with you as well. I mean, these at least monthly reports, I think are going to be a very important check-in for us as well.
Director Foster.
I just, excuse me, just like to say one thank you to all involved, to the team and to staff. This process and reading through all those pages of information, what set with me most as a board member and my responsibility to community and to our buildings, we all come onto this board with a different skill set. Mine is with little people, our youngest birth to 5 groups, and not having a skill for the capacity of really understanding this capital improvement stuff. What I learned in this process is I didn't necessarily want to know the answers, but I also didn't know what questions to ask. I remember sitting down and being told about projects and scopes and overruns and 10%. And do you want to make this choice? Well, walls are open. It's most economical for us to do it now at this time to save costs later on. I remember those conversations and having those. And as a board member, I felt like I was informed to a point that we had the leaders and the experts in the room and knew what they were doing. So we talk about capacity, we talk about skills, we talk about time, we talk about workloads and balancing all of that. This process, for me as a board member, has had me look at my responsibility and digging deeper, asking questions, asking more, listening better to our community, and then bringing those back. And so there's lessons learned for me in this process, and moving forward, I think we've all learned a lot. I am looking forward to the recommendations in reading the different variety of reports coming from you all. You can see there were differences. That is very helpful. That was very helpful to me. And so I feel like it was a very honest assessment coming from different folks that have been in this industry doing this work, and have the skill and capacity to help us guide the work. So again, the timelines, how we're moving this, that's what's really important to me. And then being consistently in the loop about knowing what's going on. And if that means we need to have a special setting so we can catch you guys up to date, let you guys know, that's going to be helpful to me to be able to convey that to folks who are asking me questions.
All right, everybody looks like they're gonna fall over. So is everybody ready for a 10-minute break? Oh, we could do that. Oh, we need to accept.
All right, thank you. And again, I'd like to thank our external review team, Chief Baker. I'd like to thank everybody who participated. And again, one thing I do want to say is that, the FMP might at times feel like it's a single department, sometimes even single person. This is really us and the way that we work together. And just know that we've got to be committed moving forward. And I'll say to you, as hard as some of these recommendations might be, because we have really passionate people that care about their work. And they're working really hard. But I had to do this to be responsible to all of you. You have my commitment to support you to do this work and to make sure that we're doing it the right way, and I can communicate that to our board and to the community. So that's how I am taking this charge in moving forward. So concluding the FMP report, I would like to move on to the human resources transactions for the month of September and ask the board for their approval.
So I would move to approve the HR transaction list for the period of September 1st to 2019 to September 30th to 2019. Do I have a second?
Second.
Vote please.
Ms. Zhang?
Yes.
Ms. Vanderwert?
Yes.
Mr. Schumacher?
Yes.
Mr. Marchese?
Yes.
Ms. Ellis?
Yes.
Ms. Foster?
Yes.
And Mr. Broderick?
Yes.
All right, we're gonna come back at 9. That's 10 minutes. Oh, Jeannie was looking for you. It is now 9:02, and what this means is that you'll probably be here till 10:02 if you don't come back quickly. 5. 5. 5 3 times. 4. 3. Seriously? Clearly I'm having this meeting on my own, so I get to leave at 9:15. They can stay. Okay. Is this thing on? Hello? All right. We'll run the rest of the meeting. Okay, so moving on to the consent agenda, I would move the consent agenda forward with holding C3, E3, and F1. Comments, questions?
Do you need a second?
C3. I'm going to turn it over to superintendent because we still have to.
I thought we have to.
Do we move it? Did I move it?
Second.
Oh, sorry. I'm trying to get you moving. I'm moving faster than I need to. Sorry.
It's okay.
Okay, did we get a second?
Oh, you have
Okay.
several.
Vote, please.
We got third and fourths too.
Sorry.
Ms. Zhang,
Yes.
Ms. Vanderwerf,
Yes.
Mr. Schumacher, Mr. Marchese,
Yes.
Ms. Ellis,
Yes.
Ms. Foster,
Yes.
and Mr. Broderick.
Okay, so C3 was pulled because it was a late add to the board book.
Yes, Chair Ellis's Board of Education, as you know, the transportation challenges that we've had this year, and many of our colleagues. In fact, I was at our state conference and asked randomly my colleagues, "Hey, are you all having?" And we really are. I mean, the shortage of drivers has really created an impact in the metro and outstate as well. So Chief Turner and Director Burr worked to put a plan together for us to increase the number of drivers and routes that we can add to St. Paul Public Schools. And I'll have Jackie share with you some of the highlights of this action.
Thank you. Chair Ellis, Superintendent Gothard, members of the board. I bring forth to you tonight a addition to increase our capacity within our transportation system by adding 2 companies, 2 vendors to our current fleet of vendors. Minnehaha Transportation at a cost of about $400,000 and Northfield Lines at about a cost of $80,000. Between the 2, we believe that they will add capacity of approximately 6 additional routes for the district. And some of them, those companies are going to be dedicated to our extended day learning for both morning and afternoon. The reason that North Lines is coming to you tonight, even though the dollar amount is within district approval, we felt it important to bring forth to you because it is outside of the scope of our traditional way that our procedure holds how we approve transportation companies. Typically, we only approve them every 3 to 5 years, and we have a contract and a proposal for those companies for that duration of time. To both give some support to that company to know that we're actually going to do business with them for 3 years, but also provide some stability for the district. But because of the situation that we are in as a state, and specifically with St. Paul Public Schools, as you know, we had one of our companies pull out of our routes the Friday before school starts, which left us in a difficult position to be able to continue to provide all of our students to get to school on time and home from school on time. So by the addition of these two companies, we anticipate that our efficiency will return back to normal, where we typically are, where we have typically over 90% of our routes on time, both coming to school and it's home. So I ask that tonight that you approve this proposal.
So moved.
Yes. Can I also just make one addition? We also would like to know that there likely will be another company coming forth once we can continue to validate the requirements that a company needs to be able to contract with a district. That particular company had not completed all of the necessary steps, but we anticipate that they will be able to within the next couple of weeks. So I do believe I will be bringing forth additional company at the November Board of E. Prior to a vote, I would also like to publicly thank Tom Burr and his team. His team and himself personally have been driving buses since the first day of school to add this additional capacity. So everyone that has a license in the transportation department has been driving every day. And so I would just like to thank Director Tom Burr personally. He was here earlier. I sent him home to because I thought I could handle your questions tonight. So with that before you, I look forward to a vote.
Chief Turner, can you clarify again, by adding these two companies to our fleet, how sure are we still after we add them?
So by adding these two, we believe that we'll still have about anywhere between 3 to 4 routes that will still need to be covered. By the additional, the third company that will be coming forth next month, that we should put us back on par with where we would like to be.
Thank you. And seriously, thank you, Director Burr, for going out and driving the buses too, so that our kids could come to school. That's, again, passion and dedication, and we have so many hardworking and passionate staff members who show up to work every day to ensure that our systems run smoothly. So please relay that message to him.
Another addition is that the recommendation for you tonight is cost neutral. With the pulling out of the routes from the other company, we didn't have to pay them, so we will divert those resources to resource these particular companies.
Second.
Vote, please.
Jung,
Yes.
Ms. Vanderwerk,
Yes.
Mr. Schumacher, Mr. Marchese,
Yes.
Ms. Ellis,
Yes.
Ms. Foster,
Yes.
and Mr. Broderick.
Yes.
All right, Director Broderick, E3.
E3, permit categories and, excuse me, permit categories and rate changes. I just have one quick question with and whoever wants to answer it. Are we, Dr. Gothard, are you going to bring someone up?
Chief Turner.
I'm going to attempt, and Director Kilgore is available here in case I'm not able to answer your question.
Oh, okay. I just want just a real brief kind of explanation of the philosophy behind the thinking that how we set up this fee schedule. I think it's very important that the public understands that that we encourage the use of our buildings by our entire communities, and we try to do it in as equitable and as fair a way as we possibly could. So you could just talk a little bit about that?
Again, Chair Ellis, Superintendent Gothard, and Director Broderick. You may remember that late winter, the team, members of the facilities team and the permits committee came to you with a fairly extensive report and acknowledgement that we felt that it was time to modify our permit system and our fee structure. And so with that, the team brought forth some data and some information after reviewing and analyzing a number of our permits, and agreed with Dr. Director Broderick, that our buildings are for use of the community, and we want to make sure that we are nimble and flexible enough and welcome enough so that the community feel that they are welcome in our buildings. With that as such, we also felt that we needed to be able to be more transparent with our permit structure and our rate structure, and to align it to the type of permit requests that we're actually getting. So with that, we eliminated some of the categories based on the fact that those particular permits were never requested or used. We felt like we didn't actually need some of the categories. We also felt that we should be more tight with some of our particular categories, that we should be explicit for nonprofits. If a organization was truly a partner, we wanted to help define what that partnership would look like, and they also should be able to have some credit for being a strong partner with the district, so we realign those particular fees. And you'll notice with the fee structure, some went up and some went down. We believe the current fee structure before you tonight really aligns with truly what it costs to maintain and support the community use of the buildings. Some of our permits call for the permitter to not have to pay an actual cost for the service, with the exception of the cost of the custodial costs. And that's a true cost. So we did align our fee structure to be able to compensate and pay the staff and for hard costs in particular buildings. And in some cases where there were permit requests that don't always necessarily align, we are actually adjusting those costs so that some of those companies are truly paying for our cost structure and the cost that it takes to use our buildings. As we look at our cost structure and compare with other organizations and districts in the area, we feel that this is a very fair and competitive cost structure. Last point I'd like to make with that is that if any organization feels that their fee is not aligned with their mission or outside of their scope of their work, there is an appeal process that they can present that.
So just one real quick one then. Would you say then that our relationships, particularly with some of our youth groups in our communities that want to use our facilities, that those relationships at this point in time are good?
Yes.
And then secondly, how about collection of fees? Is that a tough one for us?
Director Roger, typically it's not. Most of our permitters realize and understand that when they sign a permit, they are fully prepared to pay for that cost. The few and isolated incidents and situations that we have, we are able to take care of those in a very efficient and professional manner. And so I would like to thank our community for taking well care of our buildings when they do use our permits or they sign for a permit. We have very few problems with that, and that goes to a testament of our community and the respect that they have for the use of our buildings.
Well, and I can't help but sort of pontificate a little bit in terms of the connection between our buildings and our facilities and the surrounding community is so important that that I trust that this fee schedule will not get in the way of us really encouraging people in our communities to use our buildings. Would you say that's true?
I would say that's true, and we'll definitely not get in the way.
That's all. Thank you very much. I'll move that we accept E3. Is that it?
Second.
Vote please.
Ms. Young,
Yes.
Ms. Vanderwerk,
Yes.
Mr. Schumacher,
Yes.
Mr. Marchese,
Yes.
Ms. Ellis,
Yes.
Ms. Foster,
Yes.
and Mr. Broderick.
Yes.
Director Broderick,
And then
S1.
Yes, the last one, and this will be really quick because I talked to Chief Turner about this already, and she knows what my concern was. My concern was very simple. I looked at those big numbers, and they always scare me. So I asked her to sort of walk me through the lump sum cost that we're going to be incurring on this change. Oh,
Chair Ellis.
you heard me. You folks up here didn't hear me? She's going to answer, and you'll know exactly what I asked.
Chair Ellis. Dr. Gothard and Director Broderick. There was some concern around the actual total dollar amount with improving our data centers and upgrading our switches and routers. I'd like to first of all say that as a one-to-one district and with increasing our applications, our technology, that we are a district that is in constant use of a need of an increased internet bandwidth, if you will. And so what this is before you tonight is a request for approval for an RFP to do data center upgrades and switch replacement. You wanted more specifics about the costs on it. St. Paul Public Schools qualifies for something called E-rate, which is actually a universal service fund that is supported and funded by the Federal Communications Commission. It is a program, a grant program, if you will, for school districts to improve their technology communication systems. And so we do qualify based on that we are a school district, and we are allotted a certain amount based on our free and reduced price lunch. And so given that, every 5 years we are allowed to and encouraged to apply for a grant, if you will. And so the nice thing about this dollar amount that's before you today is that while it says here that we will be doing a proposal for $4,942 for the cost with the company, the majority of the costs, the $3,115,614,000 is actually supported and funded by the E-rate grants program. So that is money that the district will not have to pay. That is money that our vendor will be seeking indirectly and working directly with the E-rate organization to receive their funding from. The remainder of the fund we will have to pay. So if you will, the grant will cover 70 to 80% of that dollar amount. The other 20 to 30% the district will fund. That ultimately will be funded out of a portion of it out of the IT department. Have worked with Deputy Davis to find some efficiencies within his current department to fund a portion of that. The other portion will be coming out of the general fund. We're working with the finance department to find those resources, although we will be looking over an 18-month funding cycle. So some of it will be coming out of this current fiscal year, and the other portion will be coming out of future fiscal years. So I wanted to just reiterate that the district is not responsible for that entire amount, point one. Point two, the amount that the district is responsible for, a portion will be coming out of the current funding allocated through the IT department, and the other portion will be coming out of future funding years.
I would defer to anyone else that knows anything about technology, because as you all know, I don't. But it sounds to me like we're getting pretty good bang for the buck on this buy.
We are getting a good bang for a buck because we are receiving 100% of the equipment at 20% of the cost.
Okay, thank you. I'll move that we accept this.
Second.
Ms. Young,
Yes.
Ms. Van Dort,
Yes.
Mr. Schumacher,
Yes.
Mr. Marchese,
Yes.
Ms. Ellis,
Yes.
Ms. Foster,
Yes.
and Mr. Roderick.
Yes.
Okay, next we're on to old business. I'll turn it over to you, Superintendent.
Thank you, Chair Ellison. Board members, I'd like to call Chief Baker up to present a second reading for children and youth experiencing homelessness policy and the first reading of the class ranking policy.
Thank you, Dr. Gothard, Chair Ellis, members of the board. Moving forward with our policy update. First, the second reading of our children and youth experiencing homelessness policy. We are updating the current policy 503.01, which was originally called Homeless Children and Youth. It is being proposed that the policy be retitled to Children and Youth Experiencing Homelessness. Our rationale for moving forward with these changes is to ensure that children and youth who are experiencing homelessness receive the same educational opportunities as other students who are not homeless, and Also, the changes based on the McKinney-Vento Homeless Assistance Act and applicable law. These changes are being proposed to create alignment with the McKinney-Vento Homeless Education Assistance Improvement Act of 2001, and the services provided under McKinney-Vento provides families the opportunity to maintain education stability for their student, which is key to their educational trajectory and success. Specific changes include there was a change to the purpose statement, general statement, definitions. We added that section, school selection and enrollment, dispute resolution, transportation. And with that, any questions? If,
I just want to know, were there any changes between the first reading and the reading that we have now?
as of right, great question, Chair Ellis, Director Zhang. There has not been any changes. We actually did not move forward last month with a reading, so that was the difference. So you heard this about 2 months ago. So there has not been any changes since that time, or any recommended changes that we have heard of.
So just to be clear that I heard it right, this is our second reading?
This is our
Okay.
second reading.
Thank you.
Chair Ellis, sorry.
And there were no, the question was around recommendations. I know we had talked about reaching out to the REACH team and other folks to review this. Did that happen?
Yes, to my understanding, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Director Foster, let me be sure about that, and I will follow up with you to ensure that that happens. I just want to make sure.
Okay, thank you.
Moving forward, the first reading of the class ranking policy. We are updating this policy. We at the May 22nd board meeting, SEEB, our Student Engagement and Advancement Board, presented on the inequities of our current policy. We talked about this at our last committee of the board meeting. They recommended that SPPS implement consistent recognition of academic achievement by updating policy 510.03, and they proposed for the district to celebrate academic success of more students, remove the verbiage, the top 10 students, which we talked about during our committee of the board meeting, and then also develop consistent use and logic of weighted courses material that supports a district-wide system for recognizing academic honors. So the recommended changes that we are asking for this policy is to remove the top 10 verbiage, which is currently in paragraph 2, and then adding the language below, which recognizes students will be recognized for academic achievement based on the Latin honor system using their weighted GPA, and then really spelling out what that is. And I wanted to highlight that there was agreement from our board's policy work group to move this forward to our full committee of the board meeting. And at that committee of the board meeting, there seemed to be agreement to move forward in the 3 reading process. I do also want to highlight the implications of the proposed changes. This would mean that the district will no longer host a celebration of excellence, which honors the top 10 for each high school. The cost savings for no longer hosting this event will be used to buy cores and help to support individual high school celebrations. High school principals have requested for board members and senior leadership team to have a presence and role at their school level celebration. And as we reiterated during the committee of the board meeting, this would be similar to a lot of the roles that board members and senior leadership has during graduation time. High schools that do not currently have the GPA cutoff for honors, high honors, and high honors for distinction, as stated in the proposed policy, will have to update the internal systems and practices and communicate those changes to students and families. And then lastly, because we are doing away with top 10, who have been acknowledged in newspapers historically, the district, we as a team will need to find a new way to best recognize students publicly that appeal to the newspaper. And that would be a change that we would have to move forward with. With that, any questions?
Oh, go ahead.
I would just ask again, thinking about those numbers, I just like to hear them. We were told in COB that we'll move the numbers from what to what in celebrating youth across the district.
If we, Chair Ellis, thanks. Director Foster, I'm actually going to call up Director Kilgore to give us those specific numbers. And I think what you're referring to is if we were to implement this, how many students now would we be able to recognize and celebrate?
Right. So it would have been 949 students in the class of 2019 who would have been honored under this policy. How many we did? It would have been 10 times, so 140. Or, well, actually, not all of them do 10 because some just do a couple. So, yeah.
Director Broderick?
Yes, and maybe Ms. Kilgore will answer this one also. I know that the principals have been, are on board on this. That's correct. Can we also assume that they have informed the rest of the staff and particularly class advisors and counselors and the folks that are going to be directly involved, because this is quite a change in a long-standing method of honoring students and a long-standing tradition of the celebration of excellence. So I know we always attempt very much to publicize these things, and this being the first reading, and will folks have will there be further publication or at least some sort of memo sent out to the schools to remind people that this is happening so nobody's surprised next April?
Chair Ellis, Director Broderick, we understand where you're coming from with that one, and we agree that schools need to have that information so they can, specifically administrators, to be able to tell staff. And we have options and some opportunities to provide information to schools for that. I'm somewhat hesitant I'm somewhat hesitant to say that this will happen without there being full approval from the board in moving forward. But I do think that we can start to give them pretty much a heads up on this is what we're thinking, and if approved by the board, this is what it would mean for you moving forward.
I'm simply thinking there may be some traditionalist, and I've been sometimes called that myself, there might be a little pushback, and we must give them the opportunity to give us that pushback before the third reading.
Yeah, just a quick question / observation, and I think, the building level honors programs, and I've been to a few of them for various reasons. I actually have wondered about the role of board members at those programs anyway. It always seemed a little bit strange to be present, but not necessarily to have a role, but people know that you're there in the audience. And so I think those are really, they can be very long programs. So I think it needs to be thought through about, what role we'll play and kind of how folks want to do that. Some buildings have scholarships that they give out as well as recognitions from, for a variety of different reasons. So, I think it's important for board members to play a role. And I also think it's also maybe to be clear with building leadership, what kind of role is best suited for board members to play. Are we there to just bless what's going on? Are we there to do something specific? Is it the same in one building versus another? I kind of feel a little caught between wanting to let people do it the way they want to do it, and at the same time not say, well, in my building, the director so-and-so did this, but in my building, director so-and-so did that. and, you know, what just sort of kind of maybe figure out what's the best way to use our time in doing that.
Chair Ellis, Vice Chair Marchese, I think what I'm hearing is wanting to make sure that there's specific information going towards the board on what their role will be in these events.
Yeah.
But also, and please correct me if I'm wrong on this, but there seems to be a desire to ensure that there's somewhat of a consistent process
Right.
throughout schools.
When we do graduations, we have specific roles. You know, one of them is the graduation speaker, and the other one is the confer. Both hand out the diplomas. I think it's just helpful to think, you know, is that a good structure to think about these honors programs, or is that too rigid because not different buildings might do different things in those programs, so it might be appropriate in some and in others. And also kind of how we, you know, similarly, are we going to divide those up by geography or some other way? So that's a little bit further on down the line. I do think it's important to give board members a role to play in those honors programs because there's a lot more, it's a more intimate program than the graduation, and it's a good opportunity to talk to students, to talk to parents, and to talk to staff than the big event at Roy Wilkins, for example.
We will definitely come back to you with specific information. The great thing about it is we're hearing from principals, what I've heard, that principals are excited and they really want the board to play a role in these events. So we want to make sure that happens, but provide some level of detail for you and specificity on how it would look.
All right, does anyone have any information requests or responses they would like to provide? Director Jean?
So I do just in relation to the our graduations, and so I want to know. I think through a conversation, I learned that each of our high schools have different graduation requirements, and so could we get a report or an information about what each high school requires students to have in order to graduate their schools?
Director Vandor?
Yeah, I have just one request I've made before in sort of behind the scenes, but I'm requesting that we develop a new way of presenting the consent agenda items to include more information. So we often get requests to approve grants, but we don't know what they're going to do with the grants, and we don't know why they're doing them or what they expect the outcomes to be. So I'd be happy to work with somebody on a different format, so we have a little more information to go on before we approve, and not have to pull so many things from the consent agenda.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, are there any items for future agendas? Board of Education reports or communications? Director Jean?
Sorry, I just have another information request. So, and I talked to superintendent yesterday about this, but I do want to know how we plan to allocate and utilize our school safety one-time state allocation. And so if that could also come up in a report as well, so that we know, as we heard today in public comment as well, people, our community, they have different plans, but and suggestions. But so what is our plan as a whole school district about the one-time funding?
Director Zhang, if I could, I'll provide that to you in my update this weekend.
Director Vandor?
I have just a couple little reports. I went to some meetings this month that I think you might be interested in. One was the county got a grant from the Pritzker Foundation to coordinate birth to 3 services for children in the county, and they hired a fellow. She's been working on it. They're finding out that they don't have very much communication between departments at the county, but they're working on it, and so. I think it's just good to know that our littlest ones are getting some attention in the county, and that'll help all of us if our littlest ones are cared for. The St. Paul Children's Collaborative is working on their grants. They have a lot of money to provide, and I helped review the 30 applications. If you thought this report was hard, you should read those 30 applications. They were short, but so I've been visiting some of those nonprofits, and there are some great. We visited the Karen organization in Minnesota. They're doing some great after-school programs that are they're using mentors in the community to help our Karen students get ready for college. We visited Clues. Their YA program is, you all should go visit there because it's a brand new building and they have this amazing technology center that's available to kids in the community. So I'd say if you can get a tour, go over there. It's amazing. And then the Keystone nonprofit does mentoring and reading prep for kids in some of our community centers, McDonough and Hallie Q. Brown. So just so you know, there's lots of great stuff going out there. And then we last month had the steering committee for the St. Paul 3K initiative. Superintendent and I attended, and we had a long conversation about the goals of this program, which probably is a little overdue. But the group concluded that the main goal is going to be kindergarten readiness, and that will spill out into many other benefits. So I'm excited about that, and they're coming to the committee of the board, I think, in February to give you an update on that. So good stuff happening out there for little kids. Anybody else?
Okay. So future meeting schedule. Dates can be found online or by calling the lovely Sarah Dolke, Board Secretary. As a reminder, there will be a special meeting of the Board of Education on Tuesday, November 12th, 2019, to canvass the election results. It will begin at 4:30 in Conference Room A of the District Administration Office at 360. The next Committee of the Board meeting will be held on Tuesday, November 12th, 2019, following the adjournment of the special meeting to canvass the election. And then on Tuesday, November 19th, 2019, will be the beginning of public comment for the Board of Education meeting at 5:30. And I would motion to adjourn. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Thank you and good night.